Herkes hızlanınca doldu mu dedim. Evet.
Evet. Değerli meslektaşlar, değerli dostlar, yoldaşlar, merhaba. Öncelikle yaşadığımız gecikme için özür dileriz. Teknik aksaklıklardan kaynaklı geç başlıyoruz programımıza. Halkın Avukatı EBRU TIMTIK anısına düzenlediğimiz uluslararası sempozyumun üçüncüsüne hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Öncelikle sempozyuma katılan tüm dostlarımıza, tüm meslektaşlarımıza ve tüm dinleyicilere davetimizi kabul ettikleri için teşekkür ediyoruz. Bildiğiniz gibi bu sempozyumu 4-5 Nisan 2026 tarihlerinde Atina'da emperyalist ve faşist saldırganlık, hukuk terörü ve uluslararası anti-emperyalist mücadele başlığıyla gerçekleştireceğimizi ilan etmiştik. Ancak sempozyumu ilan ettiğimiz günlerde başlayan ABD, İsrail'in İran'a yönelik saldırısı ve sonrasında yaşanan gelişmeler nedeniyle bu sempozyumu ertelemek zorunda kaldık. Bölgede devam eden savaş koşulları sempozyumu yakın gelecekte fiziksel olarak düzenlememize engel olsa da sevgili EBRU TIMTIK'in anısını ve mücadelesini yaşatmak için 2 yıldır düzenlediğimiz bu sempozyumu bugün online olarak gerçekleştirmekten ve sizleri aramızda görmekten mutluluk duyuyoruz. Şunu bir kez daha ifade etmekten onur duyuyoruz. Bugün bizi buraya getiren, anısına bu sempozyumu düzenlediğimiz sevgili Ebru'dur. Onun uğruna yaşamını ortaya koyduğu ve etkisi sınırları aşan, dünyanın dört bir yanında yankılanan mücadelesidir. Bugün dünyanın dört bir yanından Ebru'nun dostları, yoldaşları, meslektaşlar olarak bir araya geldik. Adına bu sempozyumu düzenlediğimiz EBRU TIMTIK kimdir? Kısaca ondan bahsetmek istiyorum. Elbette Ebru'ya dair söylenecek çok şey var. Onu anlatmak, üstelik bu kadar kısa bir sürede anlatmak mümkün değil. Ama Ebru'ya dair bilinmesini istediğimiz temel şey şudur. Ebru, avukat ölse mezarında hak arar diyerek halkın, dünya halklarının haklar ve özgürlükler mücadelesinin en ön safında yer alan, bütün yaşamını adalet için, adil bir yaşam için mücadeleye adayan, bunun için son nefesine kadar mücadele eden ve yaşamını bu uğurda feda eden bir adalet savaşçısıdır. Ebru yaşamını ortaya koyduğu adalet mücadelesinde adil yargılanma talebiyle 5 Nisan 2020'de başladığı ölüm orucu direnişinin 238. gününde 27 Ağustos 2020'de yaşamını yitirerek ölümsüzleşmiştir. Ebru bütün yaşamını adadığı adalet mücadelesi ve adil yargılanma hakkı için 238 gün süren direnişinin sonunda yaşamını feda ederek ölümsüzleşmesiyle tüm dünyada milyonlarca meslektaşının saygısını kazanmıştır. Bugün de onun anısına, onun çağrısıyla bir araya geldik. Bu sempozyum vesilesiyle onu bir kez daha sevgi, saygı ve özlemle anıyor. Onu yaşamını ortaya koyduğu adalet mücadelesinde, adil bir yaşam için mücadelemizde yaşatmaya devam edeceğimizi bir kez daha ilan ediyoruz. Değerli dostlar, yoldaşlar, sempozyumu gerçekleştirdiğimiz bu günler, içinden geçtiğimiz bu süreç her an yeni gelişmelere gebe, her şeyin çok hızlı geliştiği, her şeyin yeniden şekillendiği ve birçok şeyin yeniden tanımlanmayı gerektirdiği bir süreç. Ancak değişmeyen veya en azından özü değişmeyen bir gerçeklik var ki o da emperyalizm ve onun giderek artan saldırganlığıdır. Sempozyumu ilan ederken söylediğimiz gibi ekonomik ve siyasi krizi derinleşen emperyalizm bir dünya sistemi olarak varlığını sürdürebilmek için tarihte eşine az rastlanmış bir saldırganlık sergileyerek dünya halklarını bu sisteme boyun eğmeye zorluyor. Bu sisteme boyun eğmeyenleri ise acımasız bir şekilde cezalandırmak için dünyanın değişik coğrafyalarında savaşlar, işgaller, katliamlar dahil her yola başvuruyor. Bugün özellikle Orta Doğu'da saldırganlığın bir parçası veya sonucu olarak birçok tarihsel gelişmenin birbiri ardına yaşandığına tanıklık ediyoruz. Bu süreçte bu yılın başında Venezuela'ya yönelik emperyalist haydutluğa tanıklık ettik ilk olarak. Bir ülkenin meşru devlet başkanının sonuyla derdest edilerek emperyalist haydutluğun merkezine ABD'ye götürülmesinin emperyalist propaganda aygıtları tarafından büyük bir güç gösterisi eşliğinde nasıl sıradanlaştırıldığına şahitlik ettik. Dünya henüz bu haydutluğun şaşkınlığını üzerinden atamamışken bu kez uzun süredir bu haydutluğun hedefi olan Orta Doğu'da emperyalist politikaların uygulanmasındaki engellerin en büyüğü olan İran'a çullandı haydutlar çetesi. Hemen arkasından İsrail'in Orta Doğu'daki direniş ekseninin bir diğer parçası olan Lübnan'a yönelik gözü dönmüş bir saldırganlık başladı. Yani beklenen an geldi, kaçınılmaz olan oldu. ABD emperyalizminin bu yeni süreçte Venezuela'da başlayıp İran'a ve hemen arkasından Lübnan'a yönelen ve hiçbir insani, ahlaki ve hukuki sınır tanımayan saldırganlığının temel nedeninin Latin Amerika'dan Orta Doğu'ya, dünyanın dört bir yanındaki enerji kaynaklarına hakim olma ve küresel ölçekte zayıflayan hegemonyasını yeniden tesis etme amacı olduğu açıktır. ABD emperyalizminin güncel ekonomik, askeri, siyasi stratejileri çerçevesinde şekillenen bu ajandası bugün Orta Doğu'nun bir kez daha kan gölüne çevrildiği, Filistin'de iki yıldan uzun süredir akan kana İran ve Lübnan halklarının kanının da eklendiği bir tablo ortaya çıkardı. Elbette tabloda sadece harabeye çevrilen kentler, imha edilen enerji altyapıları, binlerce insan yoktu. Bu tabloda emperyalizmin askeri ve teknolojik
reduced
üstünlüğüne
to
rağmen
ruins,
bölgeyi
destroyed energy
yönetmeyi
infrastructures,
teslim
and
alan
thousands
bir
of
direniş
people killed.
aracıyla
In this
vardı.
picture, there was
İran
also
ve Lübnan
a reality
halklarının
of
güçlü
resistance
direnişleriyle
that
amaçlarına
despite the
ulaşamayan
military and
ABD
technological
emperyalizmi
superiority of imperialism,
seyahatlerini
could not be
uzun
subdued
yıllar
or
sonra
defeated,
ilk kez
unable to
gerçek
achieve
anlamda
their
yenilgiyi
objectives
tattılar.
due to the strong resistance
Onların bu
of the Iranian
yenilgisi
and
görülen
Lebanese
halkların
peoples.
bu tarihsel
US
zaferi
imperialism and
dünya
Israeli
halklarına
Zionism
umut oldu,
experienced
olmaya devam
real
ediyor.
defeat for the first time in many
İşte
years.
böylesi
Their
tarihsel bir
defeat and
süreçte
this historic
emperyalist
victory of the
saldırganlığı
resisting peoples
durdurabilecek tek
has
gücün
become and
halkların
continues to be a
birleşip ve
source of hope
örgütlü
for the
mücadelesi
peoples
yolunda
of the world.
ilerleyen
It is
anti-emperyalist, anti-kapitalist
precisely in
gruplarla
such a
ulusal
historical
organlara
moment
karşı
that
mücadele
we, as
yollarını,
anti-imperialist
araçlarını ve
and
yöntemlerini
anti-fascist
konuşmak,
lawyers
bilgi ve
who
deneyimlerimizi
believe that
ortaklaştırmak
the
için
only force
bugün bu
capable of
sempozyumda
stopping
bir araya
imperialist
geldik.
aggression is the united
Amacımız
and organized
emperyalist
struggle of the
kapitalist
peoples.
sistemin
We
halklara
have come
yönelik
together at this
saldırganlığını
symposium
durdurmanın,
today to
bu
discuss the
saldırganlık
ways,
karşısında
means, and
bugüne kadar
methods of struggle
hukuk ve
and
özgürlükleri
experiences.
savunmanın tek yolu
Our
olan
aim
birlikte
is to discuss the
mücadelemizi, tarihi,
foundations,
araçlarını ve
tools, and
yöntemlerini
methods
konuşmak,
of collective struggle, the
ortaklaşabildiğimiz
only way to
askeri
stop the
temelde
aggression of the
ortak
imperialist capitalist system against the
örgütlenmeler
peoples, and
yaratmaktır.
to defend the fundamental rights
Sözlerini
and freedoms we have gained
emperyalist ve
through
siyonist
long and
saldırganlığa
difficult
direnen
struggles against this
İran ve
aggression, and
Lübnan
to create
halklarının
common
boyun eğmeyen
organizations on the
direnişini,
minimum common ground we
Küba
can
ve
agree upon.
Venezuela halklarının
I would like to
direnişini
conclude my
selamlayarak
remarks by
söylüyorum.
saluting the unyielding resistance
Geleneklerin
of the Iranian
somutları
and
uygulama
Lebanese
kazanacak
peoples
inancımızla
resisting
ve
imperialist and
gelişip
Zionist aggression,
emperyalist haydutların
and the
düşmanlığı
resistance
olmak,
of the
kabusa
peoples of
çevrilmesini
Cuba and
öldürüyor.
Venezuela, with our belief
Hepinizi
that those who
tekrar
resist will
sevgi ve
ultimately
saygıyla
ultimately
selamlıyorum.
prevail.
Ebru
Watch
Timtik'i,
a
sevgili Ebru
documentary,
Timtik
a short
yayınladığımız kısa bir
documentary
belgesel
about
gösterimiz var.
EBRU TIMTIK
Bu gösterimizden
and her
sonra
struggle.
sempozyum
After this
programımıza
short documentary, our
başlayacağız.
symposium program will be
Sempozyumumuz
launched.
iki oturumdan
This symposium
oluşacak.
will be consisting of
Her iki
two
oturumda da
sessions,
dünyanın birçok
and
ülkesinden
in both
meslektaşlarımız
sessions,
bizlerle
we'll be
olacak.
hearing our
E,
colleagues
ve
from different
bu
parts of the
arada
world.
birinci oturumun sonunda da bir belgesel
And by the
gösterimimiz daha
way,
olacak.
at the
O
end
belgesel
of the first
gösterimde
session, there will be
Lübnan'da
another documentary
yaşanan gelişmelere
about
ilişkin, daha doğrusu
the
geçtiğimiz yıl
developments in Lebanon.
Lübnan'a gerçekleştirdiğimiz bir ziyarete ilişkin bir belgesel
We paid a
gösterimi
visit
olacak.
to
Ve
Lebanon last year, and
üçüncü
this documentary
oturum olarak da bir
will be
workshop
about that.
çalışması
And
yapacağız. Bir atölye çalışması
as the
yapacağız.
third
Bu
session,
atölye
there will be
çalışmasında
a
da
workshop
e, biraz önce
session.
açılış konuşmasında ifade
And
ettiğim
in
şekilde
this workshop
emperyalist
session, as I mentioned
saldırganlığa
in my
karşı
opening
mücadele
speech,
yollarını,
we are going to
yöntemlerini ve
talk about
araçlarını
the methods,
konuşacağız.
ways, and goal of our struggle is aggression. We're about.
Şimdi
Now let's
programımıza
continue
devam ediyoruz.
with our program, watching the EBRU TIMTIK documentary. Thanks very much.
Sí, una pregunta. El enlace para que el público vea.
Sí, no alcanzamos a ver, está diciendo el traductor.
Enviar más, digo.
Doctor Alex, ¿usted está escuchando o solo está viendo?
No, no escucho nada, solamente estoy viendo.
Sí, sí, no se escucha nada.
Kapalı şu anda. Ekran paylaşımı dair.
Sesi açık kapattım ben ekran başını. Evet dostlar, videomuzu sanırım ses sorunundan kaynaklı izleyemedik. Yani sesini alamadık. Ses yayında sorun oldu. Nedenini anlayamadık. Bu yüzden programımıza birinci oturumla Sinan, devam edebilir miyiz?
Bir dakika. Okay, comrades, I will be reading a message from our Korean friends. So the message is from Korean Democratic Lawyers Association to International Seminar of Lawyers. Korean Democratic Lawyers Association, KDLA, would like to expand our warm greetings of solidarity to all participants of international seminar, keeping in mind the noble mission of anti-imperialism and independence.
No estamos escuchando nada.
We are sure that this seminar, held under the geopolitical situation, in which seriously shaken the foundation of peace and security in different parts of the world, and caused a series of armed conflicts by the hegemonic policy and arbitrary practices of imperialists, will be a significant occasion not only for the in-depth exchange of views between the progressive lawyers, but also for clearly exploring the direction and ways for the upcoming struggle. Now the world is facing very unstable and unpredictable future due to the open infringement of state sovereignty, wanton violation of international law, the global security crisis, which has not been witnessed since the end of the Cold War, and political and economic chaos and disorder in different countries. One second, please. The Western forces, led by the US, are just the chieftain that mercilessly destroys the existing international order and the accepted practices and causes instability and confusion, while pursuing unilateral hegemony according to the logic that high-handedness is justice. Due to the US hegemonic policy, a serious change is taking place in the existing international order and structure of international relations based on the multilateral system. Under the signboard of the so-called American First, the US is unhesitantly resorting to the aggression and use of force against sovereign states, advocating strength-based peace to meet its hegemonic ambition only, regardless of the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and security interests of other countries. It is a reality and lesson seen and drawn by the international community through the present cruel geopolitical situation that if one is strong, one can survive and develop under any conditions, but if one is weak, one will fall victim to sanctions and aggression and ultimately will be deprived of sovereignty and territory. The Korean Peninsula and the surrounding region have been also exposed to constant instability and tensions by the US and its vassal forces' persistent hostile policy towards the DPRK and security-destroying measures. However, our republic has restrained the threat of war provocation of US and its allies and secured the peace of region by strengthening the strong military forces for self-defense with nuclear deterrent as a backbone. Although the United States is now resorting to acts of state-sponsored terrorism and aggression in various parts of the world, its arrogant high-handedness and rashness that triggered off anti-American sentiment and hatred of the forces opposing domination and subjugation and aspiring after independence and equality and are pushing them towards unity and resistance. The desire of the progressive mankind to realize independence, equality, and autonomy is to grow stronger, which is an irresistible law-governed process and inevitably of historical development. The current international political situation requires more than ever that the legal organizations and figures of legal circles all over the world to redouble their support and solidarity one another and to fight more stubbornly under the banner of anti-imperialism and independence. All progressive legal organizations and lawyers should reject the high-handedness, arbitrariness, double standards, and injustices of the US Union and wage the active struggle to make all the international issues deal fairly in the conformity with the demand for independence and interests of each country and nation, and to realize international justice. KDLA, responding to the demand of times, will value the unity and cooperation with all progressive lawyers of the world, and more strengthen the solidarity and always loyal to its mission and task in the front of struggle against imperialism in the future. Expressing our conviction that this conference will be a significant occasion in demonstrating the united might of progressive lawyers, fighting against the high-handed and arbitrary practices of imperialists, the chief enemy of justice and world peace, and for construction of an independent new world, we celebrate this successful opening of international seminar once again. Korean Democratic Lawyers Association, April 24th, 2026, Pyongyang.
Evet, bence programımıza devam edebiliriz.
We
Birinci
can continue
oturumda.
with our program.
Öncelikle tabii ki
First of all,
Kore'den meslektaşlarımıza bu mesajlar için teşekkür ederiz. İyi dilekleri için. Onlarla umuyoruz ki
we would like to thank our colleagues from Korea for their message. We will struggle together against imperialist aggression, as mentioned by our colleagues. This symposium and the unity, the alliance that we want to create will be an important front, and we will fight together, struggle together with our colleagues in Korea. Thanks very much again.
Şimdi sempozyumumuza birinci oturumumuzla devam ediyoruz.
Now we will continue with our first session. If Valentina is ready, we can start the first session. Valentina is going to be the moderator of the first session.
Sinan, herhangi bir sorun var mı şu anda?
Valentina, you can start. It's okay.
¿Se oye? Estamos ok con el audio. Continúo. Alguien pudiera confirmar. Bueno, continuamos,
Alright.
¿cierto? En esta tercer simposio internacional en memoria
We
de
continue
EBRU
strong with this
la abogada del
symposium
pueblo,
of
en
the
esta
lawyers of the world.
sesión,
This first session will be realized
titulada de la siguiente forma, antecedentes
will be
del
realized in
imperialismo.
this sense.
La crisis utilizada y la guerra por la hegemonía.
The crisis
La agresión
started
imperialista en el eje de las estrategias económicas, políticas y militares del imperialismo, ¿no? Esto ya se ha repasado, se ha leído algunos discursos y participaciones y vamos a conversar con
We've read some articles about the imperialist aggressions.
İncesu, de Turquía, abogado del bufete de abogados del pueblo y miembro de
The
la
lawyer of
Asociación de
Turkey.
Abogados Progresistas. Tenemos distintas participaciones, pero comenzaremos con esta.
Evet, Doğan Cesus'un konuş.
In progress.
Büyüyor, baskılar, işkence silah, kakta ve üniversite bu hem bizim karşısına ayrı ayrı değinebilmek şu an mümkün değil. Bu nedenle özellikle kuytu hapishanelerden bahsedeceğim. Buyur.
Durdurabilir miyiz? İspanyolca'da bir tercüme sorunu var. Bir dakika beklersek. Çünkü hiçbir şey...
Devam edeyim.
Lütfen bir dakika bekle.
No estamos escuchando nada.
Can you hear me? I'm translating into English channel. Can you hear me? Interesting. I'm trying. Tamam, devam edebiliriz.
Doğa, duyuyor musun?
Duyuyorum. Hı hı.
Devam edebilirsin.
Tamam. Kuyu tipi hapishanelerden bahsedeceğimi söylemiştim. Tabii kuyu tipi hapishaneler nedir? Koşulları nelerdir? Bu hapishanelerin emperyalizmle olan ilişki için 19 Aralık 2000 tarihine gitmek gerekiyor. Bir sene içerisinde 19 Aralık'a gelene kadar iki büyük hapishaneler katliamı yaşandı ülkemizde. Ulucanlar 1999 senesinde gerçekleştirilen Ulucanlar katliamında 10 siyasi tutsak katledilmişti. Daha sonra da zaten 19-22 Aralık'ta toplam 28 siyasi tutsak katledildi. Bunun nedeni F tipi politikasıydı, tecrit politikasıydı. 19 Aralık 2000'den önce tutsaklar koğuşlarda barındırılırdı. Fakat F tiplerine, yani emperyalizmden ithal edilen bir hapishane tipi olan tecrit hücrelerine geçiş için bir katliam gerçekleştirilmişti. Bu katliamı o dönemin başbakanı olan Bülent
Çok özür
Ecevit
diliyorum. Yeniden durdurmak
hapishaneler
zorundayım.
sorununu çözmeden IMF
Durdurabilir miyiz?
programını
Doğa,
uygulayamayız diyerek açıklamıştı.
Doğa bir
Yani
saniye.
IMF programlarıyla doğrudan tecrit hapishanelerinin, F tiplerinin bir bağı bulunmaktaydı.
Doğa,
Kuyu tip hapishanelerde
duyuyor musun
aslında
beni
F
Doğa?
tipinden başlayan tecrit hücrelerinin daha da büyütülmesi, daha da ağırlaştırılması anlamına geliyordu. Koşulları neler diyecek olursanız, kuyu tipi hapishanelerde diğer tecrit hapishaneleri de dahil olmak üzere, yani F tipleri de dahil olmak üzere her zaman bulunan havalandırma bulunmuyor. Normalde F tipi hapishanelerde sabah havalandırma kapıları açılır ve akşama kadar ister siyasi ister adli tutsak olsun havalandırmaya istediği zaman çıkıp tekrar hücresine dönebilirdi. Ancak kuyu tipi hapishanelerde bir havalandırma bulunmamakta. Havalandırmaya çıkmak isteyen tutsaklar günde 1 ya da 1,5 saatliğine kendi hücrelerinden alınıp başka bir bölüme götürülüyorlar. Bu da şu anlama geliyor: bir tutsak günün 22,5-23 saati hücrede geçirmek zorunda bırakılıyor. Daracık bir hücrede geçirmek zorunda bırakılıyor. Birçok hak gaspı yaşanıyor bu hapishanelerde. Zaten ağırlaştırılmış tecrit mekanizmasının sonuçlarından biri olarak şehrin çok uzak bölümlerine yapılıyor bu hapishaneler. Yani aileler de, avukatlar olarak biz de aslında giderken, ulaşmak isterken çok zorlanıyoruz bu hapishanelere. Tabii tecrit dediğimiz kavram en temelde uyaranla açıklanabilecek bir kavram. Örneğin burada ben konuşurken siz beni dinliyorsunuz. Bir yandan çevirmen arkadaşımız çeviri yapıyor. Onun dışında belki telefonunuza bakıyorsunuz. Belki karşınızda televizyon var. Oradan akan görüntüleri inceliyorsunuz. Bunların her biri beyni çalıştıran bir uyarandır aynı zamanda. Günlük hayatımızda sıradan insanlar olarak bir sürü, belki binlerce uyarana maruz kalırız. Fakat tecrit hapishanelerinde, kuyu tipi hapishanelerinde bu uyaranlar çok sınırlı. Bununla doğrudan bağlantılı olarak da beyin fonksiyonlarında gerileme, yavaşlama söz konusu oluyor. Geri dönülemez şekilde, özellikle uzun yıllara varan tutsaklıkta bu durumların oluşmaması açıkçası kaçınılmaz. Buna karşı onlarca müvekkilimiz açlık grevleri yaptılar. Kendilerinin ve arkadaşlarının kuyu tiplerinden alınması için yaklaşık 40'tan fazla kişi de, 40'tan fazla siyasi tutsak da bu şekilde kuyu tipi hapishanelerden çıktı. Tabii sadece kuyu tipi meselesi siyasi tutsakların da yaşadığı bir sorun değil. Çok fazla adli tutuklu hükümlü de kuyu tipi hapishanelere götürülüyor. Aralarında çıldıranlar, intihar edenler de oluyor. Fakat siyasi tutsak kadar hak bilinçleri olmadığı için ya da başvuracağı çeşitli demokratik kitle örgütlerinden haberdar olmadıkları için seslerini çok duyan olmuyor. Son günlerde 3 müvekkilimiz Gürkan Türkoğlu, Hüseyin Özen ve Tahsin Sağaltıcı süresiz açlık grevindelerdi ve süresiz açlık grevlerinin 266. gününde talepleri kabul edildi. Kuyu tipi olmayan bir hapishaneye sevkleri gerçekleşti. Fakat Gürkan Türkoğlu'na açlık grevinin 265. gününde zorla müdahale edilmişti ve şu anda müvekkilimiz yoğun bakımda. Hafta içi doktorlardan aldığımız bilgiye göre organlarında şu anda hasar oluşmuş durumda, enfeksiyon gelişmiş durumda ve şu anda bilinci yerinde değil. Bugün müvekkilimizin yoğun bakımdaki 5. günü. Aslında biz 265 gün boyunca her kanaldan hem basın yoluyla hem Adalet Bakanlığı'na, Ceza Tevkif Evleri Genel Müdürlüğü'ne hem Çağdaş Hukukçular Derneği'nde basın toplantıları düzenleyerek her şekilde vekillerimizin sesini duyurmaya çalıştık. Bu taleplerin çok basit ve kabul edilebilir, karşılanabilir olduğunu, tecritin bir insanlık suçu olduğunu, işkence olduğunu anlatmaya çalıştık. Fakat bir türlü bu talep kabul edilmedi. Son aşamaya kadar gelindi. Yani 2 gün önce belki bu talepler karşılanmış olsaydı Gürkan Türkoğlu belki şu anda yoğun bakımda yaşam mücadelesi veriyor olmayacaktı. Ne yazık ki bu her alanda karşımıza çıkan bir mesele. Hak gaspları giderek artıyor, baskılar giderek artıyor, hukuksuz kararlar giderek artıyor. Artık var olan burjuva hukukunun temel ilkeleri dahi ihlal edilir hale gelmiş durumda. Tabii ki emperyalizmin hakimiyeti büyüdükçe, bağımlılık ilişkileri büyüdükçe devrimci, demokrat ya da düzene muhalif olan kişilerin ödediği bedeller de ne yazık ki büyümüş oluyor. Örneğin bugün hapishanelerdeki avukat, müvekkil görüşmelerine dahi kısıtlama getirileceği konuşuluyor. Bizzat Adalet Bakanlığı'nın ağzından. Halbuki bu çok temel bir uygulama, yani savunma hakkının en temel unsurlarından biri. Biz müvekkillerimizle görüşebilmeliyiz ki savunmaları doğru şekilde verebilsinler.
Interview our
kendilerini
clients
daha
so
iyi
that they
ifade
can make a better
edebilsinler
defense,
ve
they can express
nihayetinde
themselves
haklarını
better, and
bilerek
finally they
o
will
noktada
be aware
kendilerini daha
of
iyi
their rights
savunabilsinler.
so that they can
Fakat
defend
bu
themselves
bile
better.
kriminalize,
But
terörize
even this practice
edilebilecek
could
hale
be
gelmiş
criminalized,
durumda. Yani
terrorized.
hayatın her alanına
I
sirayet
mean,
eden bu
this
faşizm gerçeği
permeates,
var
this fascism permeates
ülkemizde.
all
Tabii
the
ki bu faşizm
tissues of
gerçeği ne
daily
yazık ki
life, all the sectors of daily life. This
emperyalizmle
is
olan
this
bağımlılık ilişkilerinden
reality of fascism cannot be
azade
separated
değil.
from imperialism and
Ve bu
from dependency
faşizmin
relations
affedilmesi,
of Turkey with imperialism. To
müvekkillerimize yapılan
repel back this
işkencelerin,
fascism,
öğrencilere yapılan işkencelerin, bir bütün olarak halka yapılan
the
işkencenin
tortures against
sonlanması,
the revolutionaries, tortures against the students could only be possible
olanaklı.
with the defeat
Tabii
of
bunun
imperialism,
tek
with the
yolu emperyalizme
pushing
karşı
back of
mücadele
imperialism. And the
etmek.
only way is to
Başka bir
fight against
yolu yok.
imperialism. There
Yani
are no
dünyanın
other
dört bir
ways.
yanında emperyalist
All around the
ahtapotun
world,
alacağı her darbe, alacağı her
every
yara
single blow that is
hakların
delivered to the
daha özgür,
imperialist
daha
octopus
demokratik
will
bir
allow the
dünyaya,
peoples
daha
of the
eşit bir
world to
dünyaya
live in a more
dönüşünü
democratic, more equal world.
hızlandıracaktır.
It will speed
Bu
our
noktada
march
biz de
towards such a
zaten
world.
elimizden
And we
geleni
are trying to
yapıyoruz, yapmaya
do our best
çalışıyoruz.
in that
Bu
sense.
noktada yan yana
In
mücadele
that,
ettiğimiz, belki
at that
dillerimiz
point,
farklı olsa
we
da,
should be able
niyetlerimiz
to
farklı olsa da
struggle shoulder to shoulder,
emperyalist
despite the
ahtapota
differences of
karşı
our countries,
birlikte
despite the
değerliyiz,
differences of
birlikte
our
mücadele
languages. We
ettiğimiz
should be
tüm
able to
hakları
struggle
da
against, resist
selamlıyorum.
against the
Bu
imperialist
şekilde
octopus.
de
I would like to
teşekkür ediyorum
send my
fırsatı bize
regards to
verdiğiniz
all the
için.
people who resist against
Konuşmamı bu
imperialism.
şekilde
Thanks very much
bitirmiş
for
olayım.
this opportunity. This will be the end of my speech.
Altyazılar falan giriyor.
Devam edebilir miyiz?
Evet.
Hayır, şeyin devam etmesi lazım. Valentina'nın.
Entiendo que continuamos con la siguiente participación, ¿sí?
Let's continue with the next speaker.
Continuación desde Sudáfrica,
From South Africa, the president of the group of the Solidarity of Peace, member of the Bureau of the Association of Democratic Lawyers, of the Ethical Committee Society of the Rights of South Africa. He accompanies us, Kinster.
No.
Recording in progress.
And resistance means in terms of resisting a hunger strike or a fast is ultimate that can has to be overcome in the struggle for justice and freedom. I want to mention another hero of the struggle for liberation who took his life by going through Bobby Sands from Northern Ireland, who stood up to the forces of British imperialism in the struggle on behalf of is like that of Timtik And it is something that we will remember, that when freedom is at a very serious stage where the law is not protecting such freedom fighters, and where authoritarianism, and one may call it a form of democratic dictatorship, is allowed to rule. We must not forget that it is under democracy that repression of this nature takes place. Of people of fascists is the time and of
Recording in progress.
And where the presidency and his supporters have been able to amend the constitution through a democratic process that has taken over. It could be through similar practices that allow democracy to be subverted. Comrade EBRU TIMTIK and other comrades who have resorted to hunger strikes as lawyers, and this is a legal issue where the masses of the people have to be informed that there is something that has gone wrong within a democracy and a legal system. So whilst democracy is a thing that generally people fight for and struggle to liberate themselves, to achieve democracy, like we have in South Africa, we fought against a minority racist apartheid regime for liberation and freedom, and we have achieved our democracy. However, the struggle to protect our democracy that must serve the majority or all the people, not even the majority. The democracy must protect the rights of all of its people. Only then can we say we have achieved proper freedom and justice. I would like to read you the preamble. The preamble is the beginning of our Constitution of South Africa, to indicate how important it is that we must be able to advance any struggle, be it against imperialism, fascism, dictatorship, but it has to be through the struggles that everybody in a democracy is able to advance. Our preamble in our South African Constitution of its history has stated the following: we the people of South Africa recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. We therefore, through our freely elected representatives, adopt this constitution as the supreme law of the land. I will stop there because South Africa is a constitutional democracy. In other words, the three arms of government that one has in most countries that say they have a democratic government, namely Parliament, the executive, which is the presidency and his cabinet or her cabinet, and the judiciary. These are the three arms that we have in South Africa. There's three arms of government. But the Constitution is the document through which everyone's rights in South Africa is exercised. And it is written in the Constitution of our country that the laws and this Constitution is supreme in South Africa. Now, the important thing is that the laws of South Africa are interpreted through our courts. It is not the president or the executive that interprets the laws. It is not Parliament that interprets and imposes whatever they may say is the law. They make the law, they will write the law through Parliament, but its interpretation is done through the courts. And I think this is what makes South Africa unique in the world, is that our constitutional court, in other words, we have a court of judges, which is called the Constitutional Court, that interprets the laws, no matter what the president of our country may say or what Parliament may say. Those laws have to be interpreted to give effect to justice. So, for example, no prisoner in South Africa is denied the right to go to court to say that I am not given food, I am not given medical treatment, and I am not given the right to exercise and the right to even study, to read, and most importantly, the right to consult my lawyer of my choice. Now, this may sound so easy that a law student will understand, and I'm speaking to international lawyers here, and I'm simplifying something which may be easy, but it is the most important principle to protect our democracy. Even if one has a right-wing, conservative or fascist government that comes into power, it would be such that our laws are supreme and that the law will still protect the rights of individuals unless our laws and our constitution is changed. Now, our constitution, in order to protect itself against this abuse, can only be changed by a 2/3 majority. So if in South Africa a fascist party wins an election and comes into power, even with 51% of the vote, it would be very hard to change the constitution. These are rights that are entrenched. So when we talk about the struggles for justice and the work and the sacrifice made by EBRU TIMTIK, she was highlighting the abuse and the fascist nature of a democracy in the name of democracy, because the laws can be changed and amended at the whim of an individual or a group of people who are controlling the lawmaking process. And the judges is a classic example in Turkey. The first step was to fire a whole lot of the judiciary. Judges, not just fire, they imprisoned a lot of people. I know I'm talking to people who know about this, but we in South Africa, the progressive lawyers, have been following these events, which makes it such that your struggle for justice is extremely difficult. Now, when we translate the difficulties to achieve equality and justice and to see that the rule of law is respected in a country, one can imagine how much worse it is on the global terrain, on the global scene, where governments internationally are taking control of their country. And a classic, clear case is the United States of America, with its immense military power, which is able to threaten and can destroy the world with its nuclear bombs. It is taken over by a right-wing government. America is being ruled through a democratic system, but through a right-wing government, where a right-wing parliament, which is their Congress, and a right-wing Senate, both with majority conservative forces, can make laws. And they have a Supreme Court, the highest court, where the majority party is able to select judges. So they have full control through a system that gives immense power to the executive, and where the judiciary is not able to stop a person like Trump from waging war illegally and to be held responsible. Now, that is the reality of a subverted, corrupted, democratic system that serves fascism, that serves war, that serves a military agenda, where the same emperor, I will call him, the president becomes a person with imperial powers and is able to dictate to the people in the United States and to the world, because the party in charge and the ruling conservative forces can protect such a person in the name of democracy. It is to extract any means by which it can protect the world against an imperialist power. So when you have a president that is able to take all the resources from a country to promote a militaristic agenda for the purposes of advancing the riches of a few in the United States, those with access to the military industrial complex are billionaires. Those who support Trump are able to become billionaires through systems that they provide. Even artificial intelligence is in the hands now of billionaire fascists who are given protection and support in the United States, and they use all those systems to advance the imperialist agenda. We're seeing it in the wars and in the violence that is being perpetrated even upon progressive people in the United States. So I want to not go too long. I know I have limited time, but there's two steps, two approaches that we have to struggle and advance and take the
te quiero interrumpir
un
segundo.
Great
Chris,
freedom fighter, EBRU TIMTIK. And that is,
te quiero,
yes.
Discúlpame. Solo recordar que teníamos un tiempo limitado y si puedes ir concluyendo con los elementos importantes que acabas de enunciar.
Yes, I will conclude by saying that the struggle against international imperialism starts in every country. And in the United States, there are powerful progressive people, including lawyers, who are challenging and mobilizing people to oppose what Trump is doing in relation to waging war on the world. Secondly, the sovereignty of every nation has to be protected by its own people. As we have seen, the people and the forces that are trying to resist the military might of the Zionist forces and the American military in Iran, and through its support that it has through resistance groups in Lebanon and Yemen, we are able to see that it is a struggle for survival. So I just want to highlight the importance of understanding how democracy is subverted and how at the global level, democratic countries too are being taken over by fascist forces in order to advance the imperialist agenda for the purposes of controlling global finance and for strengthening the dollar and protecting the dollar, which is worthless, and the threats that are being made against the dollar. However, the forces against imperialism is growing. And I can just give one last example to say that even the Catholic head, the Pope Leo, is standing up against the might and the force of Donald Trump. There are more forces apart from religious groups, from workers' organizations, and from people on the ground. And this is growing. And we take our strength from people like EBRU TIMTIK. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a ti por la participación y bueno, efectivamente has enunciado varios elementos que son relevantes para esta primera sesión, ¿cierto? Que nos convoca en este tercer simposio. Y bueno, vamos a continuar con la participación desde Perú del Alex Puente del Círculo de Crítica Jurídica. Muchas gracias, Alex. Adelante.
Muchas gracias, Valentina. Expresamos nuestro caluroso saludo al proletariado y pueblos del mundo que se alzan en defensa de sus derechos económicos, políticos y sociales, por su emancipación contra el sometimiento y luchan contra el inicuo sistema capitalista, el imperialismo, por cambiarlo por otro en función de un mundo nuevo, a los prisioneros políticos y a quienes han dado su vida en esa lucha, como EBRU TIMTIK, abogada que murió tras 238 días en huelga de hambre en prisión. Al doctor Abimael Guzmán Reynoso, asesinado en el penal militar de la base naval del Callao y a los miles presentes en la memoria del pueblo. Respecto al tema de la presente sesión, los antecedentes de la agresión imperialista, la profundización de la crisis y la guerra por la hegemonía. Quiero partir por saludar la inquebrantable lucha de los pueblos y naciones oprimidas contra la agresión imperialista, principalmente yanqui, principal agresor y promotor de la Tercera Guerra Mundial, ante la cual nos oponemos, la rechazamos y llamamos a convertirlas en luchas por su emancipación. El análisis de la agresión imperialista en el momento actual exige comprenderla no como un fenómeno aislado o meramente coyuntural, sino como una manifestación estructural de las contradicciones propias del sistema capitalista en su fase imperialista, tal como fue caracterizado por Lenin. En ese sentido, los antecedentes de dicha agresión se encuentran estrechamente vinculados a la profundización de su crisis, en lo económico, en lo político, en lo social, así como la intensificación de las contradicciones interimperialistas entre Estados Unidos y China, por la hegemonía mundial que hoy se atizan y que nos ponen en un contexto de guerra mundial, por lo que sostenemos que hoy en día en el mundo existen dos polos, uno encabezado por Estados Unidos, superpotencia en declive, y otra encabezada por China, superpotencia en ascenso. La situación actual del sistema capitalista en imperialismo en su descomposición, y esa es su tendencia, y lo cual conlleva al estancamiento. Se trata de un sistema en agonía que requiere ser suprimido. Marx definió el capitalismo como un sistema de opresión y explotación. Se sabe que es un modo de producción sustentado en la plusvalía, que extrae de la fuerza de trabajo, que tiene como ley interna la acumulación de la riqueza en cada vez menos manos por un lado y la acumulación de la miseria en el proletariado y el pueblo por el otro, y que esto engendra crisis sistemáticas hasta llegando el momento en que la transformación social por el proletariado. Fue Lenin quien definió el imperialismo como fase superior y última del capitalismo. Se sabe que la base económica más profunda del imperialismo es el monopolio, un monopolio capitalista y que hoy se encuentra en condiciones de crisis general de su sistema. Además, Lenin dijo que todo monopolio engendra inevitablemente una tendencia a la descomposición y al estancamiento. Veamos este proceso de estancamiento y ralentización de la economía mundial. Durante 3 décadas, las últimas 3 décadas, según el Banco Mundial, el crecimiento económico general cayó de 5.9% en la década del 2000 al 5.1% en la década del 2010 y al 3.5% en la década del 2020. Además, precisó que a partir de la grave crisis económica mundial de 2008, la desaceleración se acentuó y ese proceso sigue. Hoy la economía en el mundo no puede despegar, se ha ralentizado y va en descenso, razón por la que el Banco Mundial dice: las perspectivas de crecimiento a largo plazo son las más desalentadoras que las que existían desde principios del siglo. Y el Fondo Monetario Internacional señala que la economía mundial parecía haberse estabilizado, con tasas de crecimiento estables, aunque decepcionantes. Sin embargo, el panorama ha cambiado. Las previsiones de crecimiento mundial se han revisado notablemente a la baja. Tomamos como antecedente la gran recesión, que es a todas luces la peor crisis económica del imperialismo en los años 30. Ya en globalización, sus dos grandes crisis de 1998 y 2008, que dejaron un legado de economías debilitadas y una montaña de deudas, es parte también de su fracaso de la política mundial. La segunda crisis de su globalización es la más grande y más extensa del sistema capitalista, hasta hoy, cuya lenta y larga recuperación aún no sale. Otro aspecto a considerar como parte de la agudización de las contiendas interimperialistas es la guerra comercial entre Estados Unidos y China, que evidentemente vienen influyendo en los resultados económicos. Guerra que involucra a otros países a quienes Estados Unidos también les impuso tasas arancelarias unilateralmente, sobre la que se señala lo siguiente: es el uso de los aranceles como herramienta de poder, no solo económica, sino también diplomática y estratégica. Han liquidado la liberalización del comercio como elemento central de la globalización. No se trata de corregir precios relativos, sino redibujar las jerarquías globales. No es una política comercial, sino una política de poder geoeconómico. La consigna no es apertura, sino coacción económica. Los aranceles de antaño se usaban como instrumento de política comercial para proteger los mercados. Hoy son usados por Estados Unidos como un instrumento para alcanzar objetivos económicos y políticos de carácter estratégico, a través de socavar economías de países considerados enemigos, con el objetivo de recuperar posiciones en defensa de su hegemonía. Es importante también señalar que el proceso de desarrollo de la economía nos ha traído hasta la cuarta revolución industrial, que es un nuevo proceso y es la nueva faceta imperialista con la que buscan impulsar la producción a través de nuevas tecnologías, robotización y al mando de la inteligencia artificial. Esta faceta imperialista con la que buscan impulsar su economía para mantener y salvar su sistema va generando la desocupación masiva de trabajadores con la robotización. Va incrementándose el ejército industrial de reserva consustancial y necesario para el sistema, para reducir salarios, para aumentar la tasa de explotación de la fuerza de trabajo, extraer más plusvalía y acrecentar sus ganancias. Y una mayor concentración de capital en cada vez menos manos. Se trata entonces de una nueva faceta imperialista generadora de mayor opresión y explotación de todos los pueblos. En la cuestión política, la crisis de descomposición del sistema capitalista en imperialismo también se expresa en la crisis de su democracia. Las banderas primigenias de la democracia, emanadas desde la Revolución Francesa, libertad, igualdad y fraternidad, hace tiempo que están pisoteadas o cuestionadas. Vivimos un sistema capitalista donde se socava y no se respeta el Estado de Derecho, donde la independencia del Poder Judicial no existe porque está sometido al poder político, donde la libertad de asociación, expresión, opinión y de pensamiento están criminalizados, donde los medios de comunicación no actúan con objetividad y veracidad porque están al servicio de la oligarquía financiera y de las grandes burguesías, donde no se respetan las votaciones, donde se ha impuesto el autoritarismo y en contra del pluralismo ideológico y político. En cuanto a lo militar, la agudización de las contradicciones entre las potencias imperialistas y su lucha por la hegemonía nos está arrastrando a una nueva guerra de rapiña. Esto lo vemos precisado en la Estrategia de Seguridad Nacional de Estados Unidos, aprobada en noviembre de 2025. Es belicista, antidemocrática y proimperialista. Busca la hegemonía mundial a través de la guerra. La estrategia de Seguridad Nacional señala que las condiciones estructurales que hicieron posible el orden post-1991 han desaparecido. Asimismo, la estrategia identifica como elemento central de esa transformación la emergencia de China como una potencia que ha alcanzado paridad económica agregada y que, de consolidarse en el plano tecnológico y militar, comprometería directamente la primacía global de los Estados Unidos. También señala que el sistema internacional es un campo de competencia estructural entre la gran potencia unipolar, afectada por el orden precedente, y una potencia emergente. Reconoce explícitamente que el polo central del poder económico, tecnológico y estratégico se ha desplazado hacia Asia, en particular hacia el espacio circundante a China. El eje Europa-América ha dejado de ser el centro organizador del orden mundial, porque el centro de gravedad del sistema internacional ya no se sitúa en el Atlántico Norte. Estas evidentes contradicciones las vemos en la disputa por el dominio del Medio Oriente, frente de guerra candente, donde la superpotencia imperialista yanqui actúa como el principal agresor, en alianza con Israel, por la coincidencia ideológica, política, belicista de predominio, agrede a Irán, potencia económica y militar regional, que responde y resiste bajo el apoyo y aval principalmente de la otra superpotencia imperialista, China, que actúa estratégicamente hoy en el campo económico y diplomático, cuidando sus grandes intereses. Por otro lado, tenemos el frente europeo en la actual guerra en Ucrania y el conflicto en el mar meridional de China y la disputa por Taiwán. José Rodríguez Elizondo, diplomático chileno, nos habla de la transición a la catástrofe y que la estrategia de Trump consiste en una transición de los Estados Unidos hacia la hegemonía planetaria, unilateral, que para implementar su nuevo destino, Trump tendría que normalizar sus políticas beligerantes. Señala que su objetivo es recuperar y proyectar la hegemonía unilateral de los Estados Unidos tras el fin de la Guerra Fría. También habla de una transición militar que en lo internacional supone liberarse de alianzas como la OTAN, que condicionan la aplicación de la fuerza propia. En cuanto a la transición diplomática, prima la geopolítica. La diplomacia sería instrumento subsidiario, subordinado a la amenaza y o uso de la fuerza. En cuanto a la transición económica, la tendencia es a acotar y o desconocer la cultura de las libertades. En cuanto a la transición jurídica, el derecho sería solo un referente para países débiles, una transición hacia la juridicidad instrumentalizada, que permitiría sobrepasar las normas vigentes sobre intervención, solución política, solución pacífica de controversias, autodeterminación de los pueblos y respeto a los derechos humanos. La crisis de su economía,
Alex.
sí, voy a tratar de concluir.
Gracias.
Ok, bien, entonces también vemos pues la crisis de su economía, la mayor reaccionarización de los estados como expresión de su crisis económica. En cuanto a los prisioneros políticos, el imperialismo ha creado un sistema de aislamiento, aniquilamiento sistemático y sofisticado, que se aplica contra los revolucionarios, principalmente contra los comunistas, siniestra política imperialista que busca destruirlos, convertirlos en subhumanos. El hombre es un ser social, y el mantenerlos aislados por periodos prolongados en condiciones inhumanas destruye sus relaciones sociales. Condenamos el régimen de aislamiento extremo, contacto humano restringido, que constituye una tortura psicológica y física a la que son sometidos los prisioneros políticos en el mundo. Condiciones de prisión internacionalmente cuestionadas, como la ONU, que ha establecido que el aislamiento por periodos prolongados constituye tortura. Denunciamos el plan de exterminio contra los exdirigentes del Partido Comunista del Perú, su nefasta pretensión de asesinarlos, cremar sus restos y dispersar sus cenizas, conforme ya lo hicieron con el doctor Abimael Guzmán Reynoso, asesinado en el penal militar de la base naval del Callao, conforme lo denunció su esposa, la profesora Elena Iparraguirre Reboredo, crimen que hasta la actualidad la Fiscalía se niega a investigar, política de Estado que nos retrotrae a nefastos periodos de la historia de la humanidad, conforme lo hicieron los fascistas nazis en el siglo XX. Denunciamos la nueva y más extensiva definición de terrorismo y la aplicación de una legislación antiterrorista usada como arma de guerra contrasubversiva en no guerra en el Perú. La aplicación de esa legislación antisubversiva para criminalizar la protesta popular. Nos reafirmamos en el concepto estratégico sobre el imperialismo, que este y todos los reaccionarios mirados en su esencia, en perspectiva, deben ser considerados como lo que son, tigres de papel. Agradecemos la oportunidad y expresamos nuestra solidaridad y compromiso de seguir luchando por los presos políticos del Perú y del mundo, en un contexto de mayor reaccionarización de los estados, de mayor persecución política y criminalización de la protesta. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, estimado Alex. Vamos a continuar con la siguiente participación. A través de un video desde Alemania, miembro de la Asociación por los Derechos y Libertades Fundamentales, nos va a compartir su participación. Ich bin Ardai. Por favor, adelante con el video. ¿Algún administrador que me diga si pueden poner el video? Sí, es el video de la participación de Alemania. Mientras esperamos, quiero ofrecer disculpas porque no me percato de la velocidad en que hablo, ¿ya? Así es que, por favor, pido disculpas.
Mikrofonun açık olması lazım. Mikrofon açık. Konuşmuyoruz, tamam mı?
Hava yok, ses yok, insan yok ama direniş var. Nerede? Türkiye'deki kuyu tipi hapishanelerde. Sizleri kuyu tipi denilen hapishanelerde açlık grevi yaparak direnen ve 42 kez faşizme karşı zafer kazanan, yerin tutsaklığı, sıcaklığı ve direnişlerin gücüyle selamlıyorum. Özgür Tutsak Gürkan Türkoğlu'na 20 Nisan 2026 günü yasalara ve ahlaka aykırı bir biçimde zorla tıbbi müdahale yapıldı. İradesi dışında AKP faşizminin direnişi kırmak için zorla müdahalesi nedeniyle şu anda yoğun bakımda, bilincide kapalı bir durumda. Politiklerine karşı zafer kazanan ve şu anda da halkın mücadelesine yoldaşlarının arasına dönmek için direnen Gürkan'ın sizlerin huzurunda selamlamak istiyorum. Kendisinden karşı direnen halkı selamlıyorum. Bir de bir akıllı katlilen 8 başörtüsü emperyalizme ve halkı selamlıyorum. Bizi bu türün birleştiren, adalet mücadelesi ve yol gösteren halk avukatı ve avukatların uluslararası istihdamına gelen Türk katılımcı arkadaş selamlıyorum. Kendi halklarının emperyalist saldırganlığı en şu ve anti-emperyalist mücadeleyi büyütmek alacağımız her karar tarihsel önemlidir. Ben de bugün burada emperyalist saldırganlığı konuşacağım. Emperyalizm oralarda ticaret okulları, okul çantalarını ve yollarını kana bularım. Ellerin düzenidir. Katil, tecavüz, işgalcidirler. Marksist-Leninist ve öncüler açısından emperyalizm, özellikle ABD emperyalizminin saldırganlığında elbette beklenmeyen veya şüpheli bir durum yok. Davos zirvesinde kurallar bitti. İşte yıkımda saldırganlıklarının sona yaklaştıklarını birbirlerinin itirafı aslında. Biz biliyoruz ki bu emperyalist saldırganlık onun doğasının insanlıklı bir sonuçtur. Emperyalizm tam da kural tanımayan dizginsiz bir saldırganlık, işgal, tecavüz. Ne kadar emperyalizm bu saldırganlığını engelleyen siyasi güçler vardı. İkinci emperyalist paylaşım savaşı sonunda kurulan. Bu nedenle emperyalistler kendi aralarında zorunlu entegrasyona gitmişlerdir. Ama Monroe doktrini dünya halkları tüm kazanımlarını gasp ederek geçmişte ve sanatları, demokrasi, küçülme ve ya da üretim yani tüm değil daha ilkel derin kişilere olmadan yakılmadan
massacres before the eyes of the whole world, but their ambitions failed. The Iranian people did not submit, they resisted. The US is the representative of a system of child rapists and child killers, of making money from money. That is its complete
Recording in progress.
Biz daha önce kızıla boyamış bir ideoloji takımda. Bu kavramamız çok önemli. Yani buradan bir umutsuz çıkmamalı.
It is very important to understand this. No despair should come from this. Lenin's definition remains fully valid and alive today. I repeat once again, our era is the era of imperialism and proletarian revolution. If imperialism exploitation increases, if rights are seized, if imperialist aggression and unjust war spread, this means that a revolutionary situation also exists. We said imperialism wants to pull the world back 200 years. Can it? The wheel of history does not turn backwards. You cannot reverse history. Attacks only deepen class contradictions and sharpens
Recording in progress.
Bu tarihsel siyasal bir gerçek. Bizi asla kendimizden itmemeli. Yani bu kendinden olacak bir
However,
süreç değil.
this historical, political, and scientific truth must never lead us to spontaneity, voluntary interventions. What is revolutionary? That is a revolutionary struggle. Is necessary to bring this process closer and ensure the liberation of the people. This is very important. What we must not forget here is the truth. Imperialist monopolies have brought fascist regimes to power in every crisis period, because fascism is the form of rule of the monopoly bourgeoisie. Mussolini and Hitler were brought to power precisely in periods when imperialist crisis deepened, and they did this through elections and legal means. Today, the rise of racist fascist parties worldwide is not coincidence, because monopolies must strengthen racism and neo-Nazi organizations. The coming to power of new Mussolinis and new Hitlers is not a distant possibility. This is a reality we must never overlook. Thus, revolutionary struggle is not an economic or moral choice for us. It is a material necessity. The key issue is not simply the decay of imperialism, but why this decay does not automatically lead to revolution, and why instead counter-revolutionary reforms gain strength. We must not and life never leaves a vacuum. If the peoples are not organized, have no program, no revolutionary party leads the struggle, have no program, no revolutionary party leads the struggle, this vacuum is filled by nationalism, religious reaction, fascist dictatorship, more exploitation, more imperialist aggression. That is, in such deep crisis periods, counter-revolution is the inevitable result of disorganized struggle. From today's perspective, imperialism cannot govern, but the proletariat has not yet taken power. For the peoples, the problem is the question of power. History advances, not those on the right side, but those who are organized. And it's openly stated. They said it in Davos. They said it in Munich. Donald Trump says that attacks openly. I will kill, I will occupy, I will destroy. What I say will happen. I will establish world hegemony. I will make every place in the world my state. Because there is no other path. At this point, the world's people have no alternative route. They must organize their proletarian revolutions. This will not happen through reform. And only under the leadership of revolutionary Marxist-Leninist parties can people achieve freedom. The party is the bearer of historical. That is, it organizes not only today, but tomorrow. To organize tomorrow, revolutionary organization parties and People's Liberation Fronts are needed. Task before us. People's Liberation Fronts and alliances must be established everywhere in the world. Please achieve this. I greet you once again. Thank you all.
Ujú. Bueno, vamos a continuar con la última intervención en esta primera parte,
Let's
referida,
continue with
¿cierto?,
the
a los
last intervention.
antecedentes de la agresión imperialista, la crisis profundizada y la guerra por la hegemonía. La agresión imperialista en el eje de las estrategias económicas, políticas y militares del imperialismo. A continuación, corresponde a Gunay Dag, miembro de la Oficina Internacional del Bufete de Abogados del Pueblo.
Good night, Doug.
Hello, everyone. Can you?
Yes.
Herkese merhaba.
Hello, everyone. First of all listeners, with respect, I thank Symposium with my dear friends, comrades, and my speech, I would like to address the increasing aggression of imperialist capitalism in recent times, the causes and consequences of this aggression, and specifically its reflections on the international legal system. As you know, we are in a process in which the crisis of imperialist capitalism is deepening day by day, in which the dream of a unipolar world has collapsed and the hegemony of US imperialism, whose dominance is increasingly weakening, is becoming more aggressive in order to strengthen this hegemony again. In this process, which has witnessed many developments, such as the military attack on Venezuela at the beginning of this year on January 3rd, and the kidnapping of Venezuelan President Maduro and his wife, the economic embargoes against Cuba and Iran, and most recently, the US-Israeli attack launched on Iran on February 28th and continuing until the declaration of a temporary ceasefire on April 7th. We are all witnessing that US imperialism has set aside its tales of democracy, human rights, that it tramples the international legal order underfoot, and that it is attempting to colonize countries using methods from 200 years ago, and that it is recklessly attacking those who do not submit to its hegemony in order to bring them to heel by brute force. Although some observers think that these scenes reminiscent of Hollywood films and they feel astonishment, we are not surprised, because we know that this is the true face of imperialism, that the barbarism and banditry that emerge are its essential character. In my speech, I would like to touch upon a few points regarding this banditry and barbarism. First of all, in the picture we face today, neither the US attack on Venezuela at the beginning of January, nor the US-Israel alliance recent military intervention against Iran, nor the subsequent attacks on Lebanon are merely regional settlements that are independent of one another. The attack on Iran and Lebanon is the second stage of a global encirclement operation launched by US imperialism within the framework of what can be called the Monroe Doctrine, the Trump interpretation of the Monroe Doctrine, the first step of which was taken on January 3rd in Caracas. It is also a fact that the target of this global encirclement containment operation is China. On the other hand, another common point of both the pirate-like military intervention against Venezuela and the aggression against Iran and Lebanon is that they are aimed at re-establishing the weakening hegemony of US imperialism, which also forms the basis of the Monroe Doctrine. After this brief introduction, we can say the following. As we close the first quarter of the 21st century, the global capitalist system has become unable to manage its accumulated structural contradictions since the 2008 financial crisis through economic means. Marx's law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, and Rosa Luxemburg's theory of the necessity of constantly finding new markets and external spaces for capital accumulation in Venezuela and Iran. The blockage capital accumulation models forces imperialist centers to activate extra economic coercion mechanisms. This is an era in which the illusion of the free market has collapsed and has been replaced by naked military force, a return to methods of the 19th century and earlier periods when capitalism reached its imperialist stage. Lenin says imperialism is the decaying and dying stage of capitalism. No dying organism waits calmly for death. On the contrary, it struggles to survive and strikes uncontrolled blows around it. Today, Trump's narcissistic attitudes, arrogant statements, and the increasingly aggressive behavior of the US are the result of this. The basis of the attack on Iran also lies here. This aggression is not a sign of the strength of imperialism, but of its dying condition. If we trace this dying process, we can say that the 2008 crisis was a turning point. Although capitalism gained time after the crisis through expansionary monetary policies and quantitative easing, it has not overcome the crisis of profitability in real production sphere. The financialization of the economy, that is, making it more attractive to circulate money in stock markets, interest, or fictitious paper assets instead of production, this has pushed imperialist powers to eliminate their rivals not through the market, but through physical destruction or blockade. Normally, the rule of capitalism is the one who produces cheaper and better should also be the winning side. However, giant economies like the US can no longer compete with rivals like China in the free market. At the point where they realized they could not win the competition fairly, they changed the rules of the game. Lenin emphasizes that the balance between imperialist powers is constantly changing, and that this change inevitably leads to violent conflicts. And he says the resolution of the incompatibility between the old balance of power and the new balance of power is only possible through force. With this assessment, Lenin expresses that coexistence within capitalism is impossible by nature, and that wars do not arise because of malicious leaders, but due to mathematical necessity. Today, the US, which was the hegemonic power after the Second Imperialist Partition War, has lost its unilateral capacity to impose its will. This means the existence of a hegemonic crisis. With the collapse of the revisionist system and the dissolution of the Soviet Union, Russia, which ceased to be an effective actor, gradually regained its strength. And with China's rapid economic and military development, the end of the unipolar world has been reached. In this context, both yesterday's imperialist piracy in Venezuela and today's strikes on Iran must be seen not merely as regime change attempts, but as part of an imperialist hegemonic war. Today, the weakening of the world domination of the imperialist bloc led by the US imperialism, the emergence of China as a superpower, and the existential threat created by the end of the unipolar world called the New World Order form the basis of the US's frenzied aggression. In other words, the current madness of US imperialism is not the expression of history itself, but of the fear generated by the end of the unipolar imperialist capitalist order. The transformation of US strategic doctrines, 2022-2025 national security documents, and a permanent war regime. The recent US national security strategy documents, hereafter referred to as the documents, have completely broken with the classical concept of defense and have transformed into a preemptive aggression program aimed at maintaining imperialist hegemony. When these documents are examined, it is clear that the threats against Iran are not accidental, but part of a systematic This concept turns
Recording in
Sınırının
progress.
sizleştirilmiş gün uluslararası
National formally on some we we
Recording in progress.
hukukun en temel prensibi olan devletlerin egemen eşitliği ilkesine vurulmuş en ağır darbelerden biridir. Hukuki de 20. yüzyıl diplomasisinin paramiliter bir versiyonudur. AB'nin bir egemen narkoterörizm herhangi bir işlevsizleştirilerek yerini güçlünün kuralına bıraktığı kuralsızlık düzeninin ilk somut aşamasıdır. Bu durum siyasi bağışıklığın artık sadece Washington'ın lütfuna bağlı olduğu bir dönemi başlatmıştır.
discretion.
Cuba,
Economic embargo,
askeri tehdit.
energy blockade, military threats. The deepening embargo against Cuba since early 2026 and the de facto blockade of oil tankers heading to the island go beyond the unilateral coercive measures prohibited by international law. The restriction of access to food and energy has become a form of collective punishment contrary to the Geneva Conventions. The US imperialism's the final attack in it was this
Recording in progress.
everything is onto. That is why they say in Munich the rules are over. The alliances because it no longer needs the mask of law.
Recording in progress.
Hukukçular olarak size görevimiz ise bu kaçınılmaz konu gelişini tecavüz ederek tecavüzleri savunma, saygısını mücadele aracı haline getirmek, sosyalizmi, sosyalist sistemin ve sosyalist fikirlerin kazanımı olarak değerleri kontrol saygısı karşısında bu ülke ve değerlerine karşı konup önümüzde duran acil görevdir. Son olarak anti-emperyalist, anti-faşist tüm meslektaşlarımızı bu sempozyum vesilesiyle bir kez daha anti-emperyalist hukukçuların, avukatların üzerine düşen bu sorumluluğu yerine getirmek için anti-emperyalist avukatların uluslararası teşekkür ederim.
Bueno, muchas gracias, colega, por tu participación. Hasta aquí hemos revisado y cada uno de los expositores ha caracterizado, ¿cierto? Desde las distintas latitudes que hoy día nos acompañan, las características del imperialismo y cómo se manifiesta la crisis propia del modelo. Vamos a continuar con un breve receso en el cual se va a exhibir el documental Visita al Líbano de la delegación hasta la victoria.
With the second part of this symposium.
Yok devam edeceğiz. Şey verebilir misin? Yok. Tamam, nereye indirdim ya? Bu seviyeyi verebilir misin? Nerede?
Mikrofon açık mı senin?
Açık. Şimdi açıyorum.
Recording in progress.
Kontrolünden serbest bırakılmamıştı. 25 Temmuz 2025'te Filistin halkının direnişi ve internasyonel dayanışma sayesinde sonunda kavuştu. Ve biz de George İbrahim Abdallah'ı ona destek veren yüzlerce kişiyle birlikte kendi topraklarında, vatanında ziyaret ettik. Birinci gün. Beyrut'taki ilk durağımız dünyanın dalmış bir
Recording in progress.
George İbrahim Abdallah özgürlüğünün ilk senin
Recording in progress.
Başındayız. Gassan Kanafani kimdi? Gassan Sinal kurtuluşu için mücadele eden, asla bedel ödemekten kaçmayan bir önderdi. Ve bize hem sanat alanında hem de halkla birlikte iç içe olup da mücadele etmenin önderliğini yaptı. Bunu bize öğretti. Bugün biz de onun yolunda yürüyerek, onu her yerde bir yandan anlatarak onun bize miras bıraktığı bu değerlere sahip çıkıyoruz.
da birlikte şehit düştüğü 17 yaşındaki yeğeni Rames'in mezarının hemen yanındadır. Komünist Partisi'nin eski genel sekreteri George Ali, 2005 yılında Beyrut'ta aracına yerleştirilen bombayla suikastı uğrayarak hayatını kaybetti. Katledildiği yerde orada bir anma gerçekleştirilmiştir. İkinci gün. Hasan Nasrallah'ın katledildiği yerdeyiz. İsrail ve ABD emperyalizmine karşı direniş ekseninde yer alan İsrail'in önderi ve 24 kişi 27 Eylül 2024 günü Beyrut'un
Düştüğü yerdeydik. Katledilmiştim. Hemen birisinde tünel'ler bulunuyordu ve Amerikan emperyalizmi
Recording in progress.
yine katlettiler. Direnişe çok ağır, çok büyük bedeller ödedi. Tabii ki de savaş bedel ödemeden kazanılamaz. İşte bu ağır bedeller, bu ağır kayıplar Filistin direnişinin, Filistin zaferinin garantisi.
öğleden sonra Direniş Kongresi'nin Filistin Günü kapsamında düzenlenen konferansa katıldı.
Depuis 344 jours dans les
olacak. Ve gerçekten de öyle olmuştur. Kerbela unutulmamış. Güneş tanrısı için zamanında 5000 yıl önce inşa etmişler. Ve halen gördüğünüz gibi korumaktadırlar. Taşların her biri elle yapılmıştır. Ve bu kentin diğer hikayesi de çok önemli aslında. Bir varlık nedeni de bu kentte Osmanlı döneminde burada yaşayan halklar nerede Osmanlı'ya karşı direnmişler, işgalciye karşı direnmişler. Karşı ve daha sonra da yine aynı şekilde Fransız karşı direnmişlerdir. Yine işgalciye karşı bu sefer Fransız halklar bu tapınağı bulunduğu bölgeyi bombalamış ve tarihsel bazı binaları bombalar yüzünden yoklar, artık binalar yok edilmişlerdir. Burada da şunu görüyoruz aslında İsrail'in hem halkların tarihine saldırdıklarını ama asıl olarak da direnen halkların tarihine saldırdıklarını ve direnişi simgeleyen her şeyi yok etmeye çalıştıklarını çok net görebiliyoruz. Ama yapamıyorlar. Halklar 5000 yıl önceki tarihlerine sahip çıkmaya devam ediyorlar. Kerbela'ya sahip çıkmaya devam ediyorlar.
Günün sonunda Lübnan Komünist Partisi'nin 100. yıl kutlaması ve George İbrahim Abdallah için örgütledikleri etkinliğe katıldı. Beyrut'taki yolculuğumuz sona erdi. Burada yıllardır özgürlüğü için mücadele ettiğimiz George İbrahim Abdallah'ı özgür ve kendi vatanında görmenin mutluluğu bize kendi vatanımız, kendi tutsaklarımızın özgürlüğünü kazanma umudunu bir kez daha göstermiştir. Bir kez daha hayallerimizde canlandırmıştır. Mutlaka kazanacağız. Direnen Filistin halkı kazanacak. Ve bugün köy tiplerinde direnen özgür tutsaklar mutlaka kazanacak. Why won't your organization engage in peace talks with the Israelis?
You don't mean exactly peace talks, you mean capitulation, surrendering.
Why not just talk?
Talk to whom?
Talk to the Israeli leaders.
That's kind of conversation between the sword and the neck, you mean?
Well, if there are no swords, no guns in the room, you could still talk.
No, I have never seen any talk between a colonialist case and a national liberation movement.
But despite this, why not talk?
Talk about what?
Talk about the possibility of not fighting.
Not fighting for what?
Not fighting at all, no matter what for.
Yeah, people usually fight for something and they stop fighting for something. So you can't tell me even why should we speak about what?
Stop fighting.
Or talk about stop fighting why?
Talk to stop fighting, to stop the death and the misery, the destruction. Palestinians, Israelis, and Arabs,
of the Palestinian people who are uprooted, thrown in the camps, living in starvation, killed for 20 years, and forbidden to use even the name Palestinians.
They're better that way than dead.
Maybe to you, but to us, it's not. To us, to liberate our country, to have dignity, to have respect, to have our mere human rights is something as essential as life itself.
Mikrofonu açık.
Şey açalım, mikrofonu açık. Çevirmen arkadaşlar hazır mı? Sinan,
Evet.
başlayabilir miyiz?
Spanish is ready. Are you ready? İspanyolcadan cevap bekliyoruz. Bir dakika.
Tamam.
Hello. Spanish interpretation ready.
Evet, başlayabiliriz.
Tekrar merhaba herkese. İkinci oturuma başlamadan önce biraz önce izlediğimiz
Hello to all of you again. Before we start the second session,
emeği geçen herkese teşekkür
we
ediyorum.
would like to thank all those who's involved to produce this video.
Lübnan'daki direniş gerçeğini, İsrail Siyonizminin yalnız bugün değil 10 yıllara varan
Showing us the reality in Lebanon, the reality of the resistance, and people of Lebanon and Palestine who's fighting against the Zionist entity for many years. They're showing their resistance and they're not bowing against these aggressions by and also on the second session.
hazırlanmasında da emeği geçen o ziyarette Lübnan'da
And
bulunan
one of the person who also helped to produce this, we have somebody who will participate. She will be with us, Eda Deniz Haydaroğlu.
yine Zafer'e kadar heyetinin üyesi olarak
And she's the member of the until victory delegation. They will go to Iran as an international solidarity, and she will take part in the delegation. And soon she will share her thoughts about this delegation work. On the second
bu oturumda 8 meslektaşımız
session, there will be 8 of our colleagues and our friends with us.
İlk olarak
The first will be Nilüfer Baghdad. Is from Indian Lawyers Association and also IADL's bureau member. And then Arat Estoma will be with us from Basque Country. Ulderico Flores from Colombia.
Eduardo Umano Mendoza hukuk tugayı adına bizlerle olacak.
Eduardo Mondanos Lawyers Brigade. Susan Adley from USA.
Ulusal Hukukçular Derneği ve Ulusal Hukukçular Derneği Uluslararası Komite Eş Başkanı ve
National Lawyers Guild co-chair and also International Committee and member of the IDL Bureau. Eda Deniz Haydaroğlu will be with us. As I mentioned before, she will join us from Germany. She's the member of the Anti-Imperialist delegation. She will talk on behalf of the delegation. Gabriela Jimenez Rodriguez from Mexico. She'll be with us. International Committee for Solidarity and Freedom for Revolutionary Political Prisoners Worldwide. She'll represent them. Charlotte Cates from Canada. She's a Canadian, also from Lebanon. Colleague representing the Samidun Palestinian Prisoner Solidarity Network, and she's the international coordinator. And Miguel Sanchez Caldero from Peru. From Critica Juridica, Legal Critique, Law Circle. And from there we will move on to the workshops. So the first, according to the program, to Nilüfer, but Arat has a special request because he has another program. We have to change the place, so it will be Aras as a first speaker if it's not a problem for Nilüfer.
I'm here, I'm present.
Duydum.
The colonial wars which have been waged by the United States of America.
Sorry, Nilüfer, just 1 second, please. Günay was asking if Aras can start first because he has a special case he needs to attend to. Can we change places so we give it to some other colleague?
Whom do you want to give the floor to? It's all right with me, but just let me know in which order I will be required to speak.
Yes, you will be second. So we give floor to Aras now first, and then you will be second.
Yes, that's perfectly all right.
Thank you. Bir dakika. Yer değiştirdiğimiz için haberimiz yok. Bir dakika.
Well, good afternoon. Can you listen to me?
Yes, 1 second, Aras, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we can start, Aras.
Okay, first of all, thank you very, very much for your attention and this change of shifts. Thank you, Nilüfer,
Önce
for
teşekkür
your
ederim.
attention as well. Bueno, mi intervención será en castellano. Agradecía la atención por parte de la organización por el cambio de orden debido a que estoy atendiendo a otra conferencia que no he podido evitar.
I will speak in Spanish, and thank you for making this change possible because I have to do something else later.
Por la Unión Europea podría ser esta: aquel que está constituido por el conjunto de normas aceptadas por los estados o naciones como vinculantes para sus relaciones mutuas, incluidas las que mantienen con las organizaciones internacionales. Suele recogerse en acuerdos entre estados soberanos o derivarse de dichos acuerdos. Según la resolución 2625 de la Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas, los principios básicos del derecho internacional son los siguientes. El principio de que los estados, en sus relaciones internacionales, se abstendrán de recurrir a la amenaza o al uso de la fuerza, como la integridad territorial o la independencia política de cualquier estado, o en cualquier otra forma incompatible con los propósitos de las Naciones Unidas. Segundo, el principio de que los estados arreglarán sus controversias internacionales por medios pacíficos, de tal manera que no se pongan en peligro ni la paz y la seguridad internacionales.
Can I please stop you for a second? 1 second, please.
Yeah,
Okay, all right, so we can start, but can I please ask you to go slowly to do the Spanish translation into English, because we have to relate to Turkish after. Thank you.
Okay.
We can start.
I continue with the lecture, right? Or do you want me to start from the beginning?
Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Una primera definición de derecho internacional
So first
proporcionada por la Unión
definition of international law
que está
that
constituido
has
por
been
el
given by
conjunto
the
de normas
United
aceptados por los estados o
Nations
naciones como vinculantes para sus relaciones mutuas, incluidas las que mantienen con las
a
organizaciones
kind
internacionales.
of law that has been accepted collectively by all countries,
Derivarse de dichos
sovereign
acuerdos.
states,
Según
and
la
is
resolución
subject
2625 de la Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas, los principios básicos del derecho internacional son los siguientes.
the basic principles
El
of
principio de que
international
los
law
estados en
are
sus
as follows.
relaciones internacionales se abstendrán de recurrir a la
That
amenaza o uso de la fuerza
firstly,
contra la integridad territorial
that
o independencia
countries,
política
sovereign
de cualquier
states, should
estado
not use
nación.
force against another
Segundo, el
state
principio de que
or
los
part of their
estados
population.
entre ellos arreglarán sus controversias
The
internacionales por
principle
medios pacíficos.
that they should
Tercero,
arrange their issues
el
with
principio relativo
peaceful
a la
means.
obligación de no intervenir en los asuntos que son de la jurisdicción interna
The
de los
principle
estados.
of not intervention
Cuarto,
into
la
different
obligación de los
states.
estados de cooperar entre sí. Quinto,
The
el
relation
principio de la
of
igualdad de derechos y de la
states
libre
between
determinación
them.
de los pueblos. Sexto,
The
el principio de la igualdad soberana
self-determination of
de los
peoples.
estados. Y séptimo, el principio de que
To
los
accept
estados cumplirán de buena fe las
the
obligaciones contraídas por ellos.
orders of other
Sin
countries.
embargo, limitarnos a estas afirmaciones,
And
además de no
but
aportar absolutamente nada,
in order to
nos sitúa en
just
una posición
if we
positivista,
just accepted and
absolutamente sumisa a la
honored
estructura
these simple
capitalista
principles
y se
and
pinta una
did nothing
posición
more,
pragmática
it's
incapaz
like
de cambio.
nothing.
Así,
There is
como
the
primer paso
relations
para
are
este
much
análisis
more
más profundo,
complex. We
procederé
should
a
make
hacer
a
un repaso
more
histórico para
profound
explicar
analysis, a
un
deeper
poco
analysis,
más a la realidad de esta institución, ¿no? Conocida
in
como
order
derecho
to
internacional.
get a bit
No es el ánimo
closer,
de esta
get into more
ponencia
detail
hacer
with
un
the
análisis de la
reality
génesis
of
y la
this
evolución histórica del
organization
derecho
and of
internacional.
the states between
Sin
them.
embargo, un repaso, aunque sea superficial, nos permite entender los impulsos que han
We can
posibilitado el
understand,
surgimiento y la concentración de este
even
derecho
through these
internacional.
very basic principles, we can understand
Cualquiera que estudie
like very
derecho
superficial, we can have a very
puede negar
superficial
que todos
view
los ordenamientos
of
jurídicos positivos
law,
están
international
condicionados
law.
por las características del contexto en el que surgen.
But
Más concretamente,
every
por los intereses del
law
grupo
and
social del
every
que proviene.
legal
Esto nos
body
sitúa
is
necesariamente en el
into
deber de
the
analizar el
situation
derecho como institución abstracta
that has
dentro de la
been
estructura
made.
concreta en
And
la que actúa, lo que
inside
en este
of the
caso significa
structure, the
que debemos
international
analizar el derecho
relations the international laws, the local laws, and the capitalist system.
Adquiere un cariz específico al ser uno de los mayores exponentes de la fase imperialista del capitalismo.
So now what we are seeing is that in the imperialist phase of capitalism, international law is one of the areas of more competition. It's not something new.
Subrayar el hecho de que debemos de tener siempre presente que las leyes y el derecho ni son una
We must always have in mind that laws are not something natural and they are not something eternal.
Que no vamos a reproducir pues porque no son objeto de esta reflexión. También podríamos decir que el propio concepto de sociedad internacional no escapa a esta influencia de intereses de clase. En este caso, además, a intereses de las clases capitalistas que operan en Occidente. No hay neutralidad posible ni concepto inocente y es por eso que no podemos adoptar posiciones positivistas al respecto. De la República Cristiana que existía en la Edad Media Europea, surgieron posteriormente los Estados-nación, en cuyo desarrollo histórico conformaron imperios. Esto refleja el carácter eminentemente eurocéntrico de lo que se conoce como sociedad internacional en sus inicios.
This brings to the mind the debates between Pashukanis and Lenin on the subjects, which we shall not reproduce here, as they are not the focus of this reflection, but which serve as a guide for us. Moreover, the very concept of international society is not immune to the influences of class interests. In this case, moreover, to the interests of the capitalist classes operating in the West, there is no such thing as neutrality, nor there is an innocent concept. That is why we cannot adopt positivist positions on this matter. From the Respublika Cristiana that existed in the medieval Europe, late 15th to early 16th centuries, emerged the nation-states, Spain, France, England, Italy, which in their historical development formed empires. During this phase, they established what is known as the Peace of Westphalia. This reflects the eminently Eurocentric nature of what was known as the international community in its early days. Indeed, despite the initial decolonization processes that took place in the colonies of the American continent during the 18th and 19th centuries, this character persisted. A case in point is the conception of that international community as a system of states of Christian civilization. Once this system of states opened up to other regions without Christian and Western traditions, this Eurocentric vision came into conflict with other perspectives and interests. This situation that arose after the Second World War, with a Soviet bloc opposing the American power, which, through the Marshall Plan, was beginning to extend its hegemony across the part of the European continent where the aforementioned Christian Republic had taken root, and the subsequent process of decolonization that unfolded on the Asian and African continents led to new independent states and other interests joining what is known as the international community. These new entities embody different interests and perspectives. It should not be overlooked that many of these decolonization processes took place under the auspices of national liberation movement of an openly socialist nature. These new additions brought with them a challenge to international law as it had been understood up to that point. This must be understood as logical consequence, given that the international law in force until then had served as the basis for the colonialism suffered by the nations of these new states. This struggle between opposing forces led to the reconfiguration of international law, incorporating various formulations and updates that proclaimed rights of people to self-determination as well as the right to armed resistance in its defense. A reflection of this contradiction is the Declaration of Principles International Law of 25th October 1970, in which we can see there are two groups of rights proclaimed. On the one hand, we have those that presuppose acceptance of political structure of international society. On the other, those that aim to regulate the social change within the international community. However, this attempt to adapt the principles of the United Nations Charter to the international reality that emerged, which persists with slight alterations to these days, overlooks the reality of capitalism and its current imperialist development. To understand how a society functions, it is absolutely essential to examine the productive forces upon which it is based and the relations of production that underpin it. By productive force, the relations of production, who, how, and what and for what purpose production takes place. In other words, it is necessary to examine the way in which the working class acts collectively upon its finite environment in order to obtain, through specific means, the products necessary to ensure the material conditions of its existence. This does not mean that it is the only dimension to be taken into account in order to understand a society. Economic practices and institutions are not only established and institutionalized social practices. Among the numerous social relations that run transversely through the social structure, relations of production and their interaction with the available productive forces, by establishing the framework upon which the reproduction of life as such is based, play a role that is ultimately vital and therefore decisive in the development of any community.
No se puede entender la aparición de este modo de producción y el funcionamiento actual sin
The framework within which the capitalist mode of production has developed has, from its inception, has been international in character. One cannot understand the emergence of this mode of production or its current functioning without situating it within the global context. Both the accumulation of the immense sums of capital required to make the first technological leaps in industry in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, and the increase in the rate of profit necessary for its reproduction are phenomena that cannot be understood without taking into account the relations of domination that exist at the global level.
Tras la implementación de dos mecanismos coercitivos fundamentales, por un lado, la confiscación, expropiación
Far from arising from the austerity and rigorous thrift of a supposedly thriving, hard-working bourgeois sector, capitalism emerged following the implementation of two fundamental coercive mechanisms. On the one hand, the confiscation and the mass expropriation of all countries. The market was genesis of exploration.
Con una preeminencia político-mercantil evolucionando hacia una matriz comercial, productiva, para desembocar finalmente por Clasismo corresponde al modelo en la que gráficos. O dicho de otra manera, necesita universalizarse para seguir reproduciéndose. Así es como tanto históricamente como funcionalmente los países dependientes están insertados en la estructura económica mundial en función de las necesidades.
Nature of the apparatus has played and continues to play a decisive role in the facilitator and guarantor of the reproduction of these economic relations. This is how both historically and functional dependent countries are embedded within the global economic structure in accordance with the needs of imperialism. That is to say, by playing a key role in the reproduction of the capitalist system. This subordinate position entails as a corollary the plundering and transfer of vast quantities of wealth and the establishment of relations of productive, commercial, financial, and cultural dependence on the metropolis, thereby stifling any hint of existing hierarchical structure at the international level is comprehensible if and only if it is situated within the framework of class analysis developed in the previous section. Class-based and state-national realities are components that interact dialectically within the imperialist problem. On the one hand, the heart of the capitalist system, the imperialist countries, is permeated by class relations, where it is the national bourgeoisies that underpin these relations of domination over the dependent countries. This is a key point to emphasize so as not to fall into a homogenizing view of imperialist countries, a classless view in which they are collectively held responsible for the dominant role they play internationally by failing to establish the distinctions within them between an exploited working class deprived of decision-making power and a bourgeoisie in which political, economic, and military power is concentrated. In that enables us to understand the tensions, clashes, and even intercapitalist confrontations that mark the history of imperialism. These are also more belatedly and in conflict with the persistence of other modes of production of multiple forces, closely interwoven internal and external factors. External imperialist domination, though predominant, combines with internal capitalist domination and social formation. Territorial demarcation stem from criteria imposition and from the distorted locality and
entre los
Recording in
países
progress.
imperialistas y los países dependientes y finalmente
the space was to understand the necessity of imperialist relations to ensure the reproduction of the system, that is, the existing relations of oppression, plunder, and exploitation between imperialist countries and dependent countries, and finally, the existence of conflicts within the imperialism itself. The stated dialectical relations as once on the state, whether in Klaus's terms. In other words, we can say that imperialism is not expressed solely through war, or that what we know as war is direct military intervention, economic dependence, cultural ideal, cyber the
Recording in
sin negar la
progress.
utilidad táctica del derecho
denying international law in the case protect means of freedom for the segments that goes unnoticed. As has already been stated, without denying the usefulness of international law, our sights must be set further afield, and we must establish a strategic horizon of freedom for the working peoples of the world. To this end, an international strategy must be developed capable of the imposed by imperialism, one that will not landscape, but slow as the revolutionary international struggle will allow the development of relations between the peoples and nations on terms different from the current ones. Relations that will have no place in current international law or in the institutions it regulates, as they do not correspond to its interests. Indeed, they are contrary to them. Ultimately, the aim is to bring about a new world capable of being constitutional law in current working classes a socialist law that defeats.
Muchas gracias.
One second, please. Güney, bir dakika.
Tamam.
¿Sabes qué me dice Valentina? Que
¿Qué?
salga y vuelva y entre, pero que ya terminó el amigo.
Dígame, Hulda.
Ah, ya.
Yo lo
No
escucho.
escuché. Sí, pero porque aprendí ahorita el micrófono acá, pero allá yo no escuché nada del compañero. Desde que empezó no escuché absolutamente nada. Y aquí su tocaya, mi hija Valentina, me estuvo ayudando y no fue posible. El asistente
y si
técnico.
pruebas, sí, y si pruebas saliendo y entras de nuevo,
¿Quién sigue ahorita? A ver si salgo y entro.
creo que hay una modificación.
Ulgarico y Valentina.
Sinan, tamam mıyız? Hazır mıyız?
Bir dakika.
No se escucha. Gunay, no escuché la anterior intervención, absolutamente no la escuché.
Can Spanish interpreter tell us what is going on in the English channel, please? Alex? Can the Spanish interpreter speak in the English channel, please?
Hello,
Okay.
you can hear me?
Yes, can you?
I'm losing you.
No, you don't. Okay. Okay, the next speaker is in English, so can you please?
Yeah, I was in the Spanish channel. Okay, I'm ready to interpret, but there's people speaking in the Spanish channel, so maybe.
No problem, that's fine.
Me dice Valentina y todos que sí están escuchando.
Excusa.
Que me dice que salga y entre. Salga y entre.
Okay, we can continue. Güney, devam edebiliriz.
Sevgili Arat'sa teşekkür ediyoruz. Konuşması için, değerli sunumu için. Şimdi sözü dostumuz sevgili Nilüfer Bhagwat'a bırakıyoruz. Hindistan'dan. Kendisi Hindistan Avukatlar Birliği
Thank you to Arat.
ikinci başkanı ve aynı zamanda İADL büro üyesi. Öncelikle kendisine teşekkür ediyoruz. Söz hakkını
Now we give the floor to Nilüfer and we thank her to give the way to Arat because he has something emergency to attend.
Evet, Nilüfer, söz sende.
Shall I begin? Shall I begin?
Yes, yes, please.
I will not read my paper. I will highlight some aspects from the short paper which I have presented. This is so that the interpreters do not read the paper, but interpret what I am highlighting. It is the serial colonial wars which have been waged by the United States, by the G7, and by Israel, which has resulted in a collapse of the international legal system. But these wars have been waged because of the economic crisis of a world economic system. The United States had no enemies. However, the crisis created by US banks, financial institutions, and corporations, which is inevitable at the highest stage of monopoly capital accumulation, has resulted in a financial and economic collapse centered within the United States and its companies and corporations. Therefore, with the beginning of a unipolar world order, which began in the early 90s after the capitulation of the Soviet Union and the integration of China into the US and European world economy, and the distancing of India in the same period from the non-aligned movement and the Bandung principles, which has resulted in a collapse of the international legal system. You will recall that at the Bandung conference, the countries of the global south had committed themselves to furthering the objectives and goals of national economic sovereignty. However, the crisis of the world economic system which developed and the simultaneous collapse of the socialist bloc resulted in this kind of a situation as the balance of political forces in the world altered against the interests of humanity. Now let us understand why we say that the international legal system has collapsed. We recall the judgments of the International Court of Justice on the Palestinian issue, that is the advisory opinions which have been given. None of those judgments, even though the advisory opinions were sought by the General Assembly, have been implemented or enforced, either by the Security Council or by the General Assembly. Secondly, we have a situation where the United Nations Charter is daily violated. Countries have been intimidated, threatened with war. The Geneva Conventions on the Laws of War are nowhere to be seen as enforced. Civilian population, whether children, women, and men, have been tortured and murdered collectively, whether in Gaza, West Bank, in Lebanon, and elsewhere. And of course, we have seen the kind of bombing operations on Iran, where 160 and more school children, girls, in a primary school between the ages of 6 and 11 were killed at the very outset of the barbaric war of aggression on Iran. The president of Venezuela and his wife were kidnapped. In any civilized international legal system, any one of these episodes, and there are scores of them, I'm only mentioning a few, would have resulted in an arraignment of the heads of these states who have carried out these wars of aggression. Similar to what happened at the Nuremberg trials, where obedience to superior orders were not considered as a valid defense in international law. However, today, even though serial genocides are being carried on, whether in Palestine, whether in Lebanon, whether in Iran, whether in the Horn of Africa and elsewhere, except for the South Africa petition which went to the International Court of Justice and is pending there, even the interim orders have not been obeyed or enforced by any organ of the United Nations. I have already referred to the fact that it was the capitulation of the USSR to the world economic system, the integration of China into this very system, and the distancing of India from what it had promised to itself at the Bandung Conference, and further distancing itself from the non-aligned movement has resulted in an empire of chaos which we are presently confronting. What is the further evidence of criminality? What have been the statements of the heads of state and the heads of critical departments of the United States administration? Immediately after the kidnapping of President Maduro and his wife, President Trump made a statement that the President of the United States, that is, he would control Venezuelan oil and he would decide as to how these oil revenues were to be deployed. Now, does the Charter of the United Nations permit any country to usurp the resources of another country? In fact, the Geneva Conventions mandate that even in a time of war, the resources of the occupied country are not to be appropriated. The second statement came from no less a person than Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, speaking at the Security Council meeting in Munich, not Security Council, I mean the Munich Conference on Security. He applauded and referred with nostalgia to the 500 years when the missionaries, pilgrims, and soldiers of the West expanded across the world and took over vast territories and areas. That is in the year 2026. Only 2 weeks before the attack on Iran, the Secretary of State was justifying historical colonialism and contemporary colonialism, which he said was going to be implemented. by the President of the United States and the United States administration. The third statement that was made was on Cuba, where the President of the United States, not being satisfied with decades of blockade on Cuba, Cuba has been denied all essentials, all normal trade relations with other countries. Has initiated measures to collapse Cuba politically and economically by an energy blockade. And what does he say? The President of the United States, he claims to be a Democrat. The United States claims to be a democratic country. The United States claims to be a republic. Whereas the President of the United States, using diktat, says that, you see, we will take over Cuba. And I do not know what we will do with it, but it will be ours. This is with reference to Cuba. As far as the war on Lebanon goes, the bombing of Lebanon by Israel has been carried out now for several decades without any move by the General Assembly, any national judicial body to put an end to the continuous bombing operations which have been carried out by Israel with US support on Lebanon. So Mr. Smotrich, the finance minister, says that the objective is the establishment of Greater Israel. That is, not being satisfied that Israel was created as a colony with a view to control the oil and gas resources of the entire Middle East for the benefit of the Western world. Mr. Smotrich now wishes, and the Israeli administration backed by the United States and the countries of Europe who have supplied weapons and ammunition, Germany being the second in the lead, wish to expand this colony into Lebanon, into the already occupied Golan Heights of Syria, which even the Security Council has said that the Golan Heights is Syrian territory, and there are repeated resolutions on Lebanon which do not permit Israel to advance into southern Lebanon. As far as the third aspect is concerned, how has this situation arisen? Post 1945, international law developed and made great strides. And there was a reason for this. Because national liberation movements were there present in the United Nations, represented through various governments. Then there was the non-aligned bloc of countries. And then there was the socialist bloc, supporting consistently the aspirations of the global south. And therefore, if you review the period between 1945 and approximately the mid-80s, you see various conventions and resolutions of the General Assembly which were in advancing international law, and not advancing international law in abstract, because humanity is at the core of international law. If you look at international law, you look at the Geneva Conventions, you look at the Convention Against Genocide, you look at the Convention Preventing Racism, you look at international humanitarian law as embodied in different conventions, including the Charter of Human Rights and the Charter of Political, Social and Economic Rights, you see the kind of advancement which took place because of the balance of international forces represented by the national liberation movements, by the non-aligned countries, and by the socialist bloc, allied together, advancing international law in the interest of humanity rolling back the colonial agenda which had dominated the world for 500 years. In fact, one of the most important contributions of the socialist revolution of 1917 in the USSR, in Russia and in the USSR, the most important contribution was the decolonization process, which was advanced because of the support of the socialist revolutions and the socialist bloc. How are we now going to revive and restore international law? It cannot be done by emotional platitudes or yearnings. Once again, the anti-imperialist movement among people and among governments are ready to oppose recolonization. And Iran is in the front line because both Iran and the People's Democratic Republic of Korea, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, both were early victims of illegal sanctions imposed by illegal Security Council resolutions. And I must mention here that just because a resolution is passed by the Security Council or the General Assembly, that does not make the resolution legal in international law. It has to be tested to ascertain whether it is in conformity with international law, with the UN Charter, and with international humanitarian law. However, the Security Council imposed illegally sanctions both on Iran and the People's Democratic Republic of Korea when these countries were fighting for their political survival, as they were alternative political systems into which monopoly capital could not penetrate. Another aspect of the illegality of what has happened recently is the Board of Peace constituted by the very people who committed the genocide in Gaza, and that is the President of the United States and this Board of Peace is nothing but the imperialist and colonial control of which has additive also Security Council permit the resolution on the peace board to be passed. No veto was cast in the Security Council by of the after monopoly capital, where a completely imperialist venture, a completely colonial exercise of seizure by genocide of territory has been permitted by the Security Council. Now, people are advancing this argument that because there is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, there is a BRICS, and there is a Eurasian Union, therefore, the United States being insecure, US, therefore, these wars are being waged. This is not the correct position. The correct position is, it is the crisis of this monopoly capital system, the crisis of US companies, corporations, and Western financial firms, which includes some European companies, which includes European companies and companies of the G7, that is Japan, which has resulted in the serial colonial wars after the end of the so-called Cold War, which was nothing. The end of the Cold War was really the capitulation of the USSR. How do we build an alternative alliance? For this, it is required that citizens across countries, governments who are at the receiving end of illegal sanctions, illegal tariffs, illegal blockades have to unite to alter the balance of political forces in the world. There has been an attempt by the SCO, by the BRICS, by the Eurasian Union to put into place certain strategies. But these strategies came too late to prevent the genocide in Palestine, Lebanon, the war of aggression on Venezuela, on Iran. However, as we say, it is better late than never. It is necessary for the anti-imperialist movements in every country which is facing either sanctions, blockades, tariffs, to pressurize their governments. And it is necessary for all governments, for those governments opposing, I'm not saying all, but all those who oppose imperialism in any form and colonialism in any form, to unite, to roll back imperialism, which is also internal fascism within the United States and within Europe. I would like to conclude by saying that Iran is in the front line, Lebanon is in the front line, Yemen is in the front line, Palestine is in the front line, the whole of Latin America is in the front line because of the national security. Colonized, forget the doctrine, forget the doctrine. In some states, and the doctrine as announced, has as its objective the takeover of the resources of the whole of Latin America and of other continents of Africa and Asia also, and of East Europe. East Europe, in its relationship to NATO, has the same relationship as the global South to the imperialist centers of the world. Against cap or against there's no wishful thinking. There's no wishful thinking that it can expand, it won't expand, it may not expand. No. Inherent in capitalism is the objective of expansion, to take advantage of, to usurp the resources of the world, including cheap labor.
Nilüfer, toparlayabilir miyiz?
Nilüfer, can we wrap up?
Diverse leaders of the world, like Mahatma Gandhi, like Patrice Lumumba, the great V.I. Lenin, Mao Zedong, among many others, including Martin Luther King, have found it necessary to analyze and explain to citizens as to why it is necessary to oppose imperialism. Thank you.
Biz de sevgili Nilüfer'e teşekkür ediyoruz.
We would like to thank dear Nilüfer for this very valuable presentation and the information she shared with us. Enrique Flores from Colombia. Eduardo Manu Bendozat Hukuk, the lawyers brigade is representing. We would like to say welcome to, and we'll leave the floor to Ulderico.
Gracias, muy buenas tardes para todos y todas. Desde Colombia les habla el abogado Ulderico Flores Peña, presidente de la
Have a nice afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much. I speak to you from Colombia.
Muy importante estar en este tercer
The
simposio
following
internacional
is the intervention of lawyer Uldarico Flores Peña, president of Eduardo Umaña Mendoza Legal Brigade, who has been assigned Session 2, Imperialist Aggression and International Law in relation to Iran, Lebanon, Venezuela, growing imperialist banditry on global scale and international law.
A todos y a todas
In this sense, I'm going to
hay intervención grabada. Sin embargo, en aras de participar directamente, como lo estoy haciendo en este momento,
I already said a couple of days ago my speech,
el llamado
but
que se hizo a conformar esta alianza de abogados y
also
en diferentes
this the world
en esta humanidad.
Recording in progress.
La agresión imperialista que está en el internacional. Hay una parte
Recording in progress.
hay unas leyes y costumbres de la guerra, de la Primera Guerra Mundial, hoy en día son desconocidos por el imperialismo. Es decir, el sistema internacional
international
de derechos humanos
are being in right now. Is, as Comrade Lenin said in its last stage.
Lo han subrayado las compañeras de Alemania frente
It has already been said by the Comrade now Primote,
otras formas de dominación imperialista.
the domination in a global level.
Internacional que nos parece muy importante, que se resume en lo siguiente: cómo logramos determinar la responsabilidad en el derecho internacional moderno frente a estas situaciones que estamos abordando hoy de la
international law.
La responsabilidad jurídica internacional se entiende como las consecuencias jurídicas que recaen sobre el sujeto de derecho
distinguishes two categories of international legal violations: the international offenses and the international crimes. This is very important. Take into account.
Esa composición de la infracción jurídica internacional que se va a manifestar de algunas maneras de la siguiente manera y que las podemos resumir en las clases de infracciones jurídicas internacionales. O sea, los delitos internacionales y los crímenes internacionales.
Okay.
Esto es muy importante entenderlo.
Two categories of international legal violations. international very important to take, given the criminal imperial therefore, it is very important to take into account the speed of legal violations of that has been made since 1945.
Que lograron la derrota del nazismo, como fueron los Estados Unidos, Inglaterra y la antigua Unión Soviética.
Among the international crimes indicated by modern international are above all the Military Tribunal de Nuremberg. These are crimes against peace.
¿Cuáles delitos fueron los que se establecieron?
Responsible for the Second World War. These are crimes, the planification specific and other countries of the Southern Cone. This is being done against these for their national resources. It's a hybrid war against Venezuela. It's the same against Cuba.
Es decir, enemigo para luego tocar final. Y eso pasa, de decir, como al
Recording in
también tenemos la guerra, lo que se me da parte, y la censura y el civil con otros fines, el asesinato o la tortura a los prisioneros de guerra, el saqueo de la propiedad social o privada, la destrucción desprovista de la
genocide.
Es eso, ustedes.
Recording in
compañero de
progress.
Sudáfrica, y me parece que no me voy a detener en esos puntos, pero sí en lo que tiene que ver en el genocidio. ¿Por qué es importante? Porque en el caso
genocide is, as Trump himself has said, an attempt to exterminate or destroy civilization.
de mercenarios israelíes como Jay Klein y otros de Inglaterra también, que vinieron a formar lo que se conoció aquí como el paramilitarismo, para que no se permitiera
We are seeing paramilitaries and mercenaries in countries of Latin America by serving the local oligarchy and the ultra-right fascists.
De vida republicana existe en Colombia un gobierno progresista que me parece que es muy importante que lo analicemos aquí.
In
Acaba de
Colombia,
celebrarse una
right
cumbre en
now,
Barcelona
we
de
have
todos esos gobiernos progresistas
a
y que tomaron
progressive
algunas conclusiones que me parece importante que las
government.
abordemos en lo que tiene que ver con el modelo neoliberal capitalista y cómo el progresismo se convierte en la continuación de las formas de lucha por otros métodos. Tal vez perifaseando a Clausewitz, eso es lo que nosotros hemos concluido aquí en Colombia. Aquí no estamos frente a un gobierno como el de Chile o como gobiernos de Argentina. Acá hay un compañero que fue combatiente de una organización guerrillera urbana como el Movimiento 19 de Abril. Y es un gobierno donde participamos los comunistas y otras fuerzas de izquierda.
It's a government where we are seeing the participation also of communists.
Elecciones donde se ve la segunda república del progresismo con el compañero Iván Cepeda. Sin embargo, pasemos pues a la responsabilidad de los estados. Es decir, una cosa son los personajes que deben ser llevados
We cannot only see the responsibility of persons, we must recognize the responsibility of states.
El legislativo y el judicial. Algunos ya se han referido en el caso de los Estados Unidos como el principal imperialismo, donde han venido desarrollando una serie de leyes y de normas que desconocen de un solo plumazo los derechos humanos y el derecho internacional.
In the United States, we are seeing that they are ignoring the separation of powers into and doing crisis
una confrontación bélica mundial después de lo que pasó el 11 de septiembre.
It's very important, given that the International Criminal Court has issued or established an arrest warrant, redundantly speaking, against Netanyahu.
La compañera que me antecedió explicaba también que no solamente
my comrade from India who spoke before me, he spoke of the cases where all these countries, Iran, Palestine, Lebanon, and other countries, they are threatened. We saw what is happening with the fishermen in the Caribbean, which that they are slaughtered by the missiles, the U.S. missiles. We saw the kidnap of President Maduro. Supposedly, United States to fight drug trafficking, they did all that. This is the humanitarian imperialism.
Muy importante que tiene que ver con todo ese aspecto de normatividad, que yo me voy a permitir citarlo de alguna manera muy rápida. Me avisan sobre el tiempo cómo voy.
Now, we are going to advance a little further into what concerns precise the Hague Convention of 1907 relating to the laws and customs of land warfare. In the same sense, after the First World War, the Treaty of Versailles of 1919 specified the obligation of Germany to hand over to the Entente States the German war criminals for trial and punishment.
Estamos hablando de la Declaración de Moscú de 1943. por las crueldades cometidas en el Acuerdo de Londres también está de
We can mention the
1945
Moscow
sobre la
Declaration
persecución
of
policial y castigo a los
1943
criminales
regarding the responsibility of the Germans for atrocities
de
committed, and the
1945
London
sobre la
Agreement
comisión y
of
castigo de delitos de
1945.
genocidio. Este es muy importante que lo tengamos en cuenta.
We also return to the
Ya
1948
ustedes saben
Convention on the
se puede
Prevention
solicitar en extradición. En el caso
on
colombiano,
the
en este
prevention and
momento
punishment of the
acaba
crime of
la
genocide,
Prohibición
which
Universal de la
imposes on
Medicina
contracting
de llamar
parties the obligation to
estudiar la
punish those guilty
posibilidad
of genocide
de
or to grant
incluir
their
en un
extradition.
juicio al
This part is very important.
expresidente de la República de Colombia, Álvaro Uribe Vélez, que impuso una seguridad democrática, entre comillas, que significaba
In the
una clara
Colombian case,
expresión del
you
fascismo
should know
nacional
that a
en
peace
Colombia.
agreement was signed with the
Y
FARC
es por eso
guerrilla,
que varias
the People's
organizaciones
Army,
de derechos
and
humanos
the Havana
hemos
Agreement
presentes
were the main responsible parties,
que se conoce como
according to Klaus
sospechosos en
theory and other theories, must be brought before this
los
tribunal to
conocemos
answer for
nosotros
this
los
crime.
abogados y abogadas como ejecuciones extrajudiciales. Jóvenes que fueron engañados y que fueron dados de baja presuntamente como combatientes de alguna organización guerrillera, pero eran simplemente jóvenes o luchadores sociales o defensores de derechos humanos. Entonces, estamos pues redondeando esta parte de cómo todo ese ordenamiento de convenios, de tratados de derechos humanos hoy en
We are
día no
seeing
tienen ninguna
how
validez para
uh,
los Estados Unidos
how all
y
of
para el
this
imperialismo yanqui. Y eso
international
supone que tenemos que ser
architecture
muy innovadores.
today holds no
Decimos en mi
force against
intervención en
Yankee
una calibre
imperialism.
cómo podemos utilizar precisamente el bloque de constitucionalidad, en el caso nuestro, en la Constitución de 1991, que hace referencia al artículo 93 sobre ese bloque. Y es muy importante, decía yo con los compañeros peruanos, cómo la Corte Interamericana y la Comisión han hecho sendos pronunciamientos
The
sobre lo que
Inter-American
ellos
Court,
conocen el
for
rango
example,
bloqueo que hemos trabajado en
uh,
el derecho penal
has
del enemigo.
been
Precisamente es
working
en
hard
Alemania donde se desarrolla toda esa teoría
on these
y es
cases,
el caso
on
colombiano
cases
donde varios autores han escrito libros sobre la guerra y el derecho penal del enemigo y que demuestra cómo ese derecho penal del enemigo hoy en día tiene una máxima importancia en todas las intervenciones que he escuchado desde esta mañana que estamos conectados. Podemos ver eso. Hay un desconocimiento
we have
nacional e
spoken
internacional
about
sobre lo que podemos llamar derechos humanos.
we
¿Por
have
qué es
spoken
importante
about
ese punto
the
frente al imperialismo?
weaponization of
Porque
human
se
rights.
creó
This
supuestamente
allows
toda esa
the
jurisdicción desde el
legitimization of
marco
certain military
de
action.
Occidente
What is
sin tener en
happening in
cuenta
Lebanon is a
otras
military
situaciones de
operation.
otras
What
latitudes
is
del mundo.
happening
Es
in
decir, esa
Iran is a
universalidad
military
de los
operation,
derechos humanos
but they are not
tendríamos
considered
que pensarla
wars of
muy bien.
aggression by them.
Claro,
On
desde
the
luego lo que
contrary,
está pasando en
they
Medio
are
Oriente
imperialist
tiene que ver
wars
con esa situación.
of
Hay unas
plunder
categorías totalmente
for oil,
diferentes
wealth,
y eso
and
quiere
minerals.
decir que los derechos humanos van a pasar a ser ya como bloques regionales
They
o a
are
nivel nacional
dismantling
y cada una
international
de nuestras
law and
latitudes
they are
constitucionales
suppressing the moral
políticas.
component of
Con
human
esa
rights.
amenaza
There
de los
must be
Estados Unidos,
a
pues
restructuring of
estamos
human
llegando
rights
a
and the
una
international
conclusión
system.
que es que la
We must
Asamblea General de las Naciones
make great
Unidas
efforts
con
as an
todos los
alliance to
instrumentos
propose
que ha
solutions to
creado
the
ha sido
restructuring.
imposible que detenga la lucha de los pueblos por liberarse del imperialismo yanqui. Es así como
It is
podemos
important
concluir con
now
esta parte
to
que me parece
try
clave en
to
el caso
liberate
colombiano
the
y
world
que
from
hace
Yankee
referencia
imperialism.
al tema de esta sesión, es decir, Irán, Líbano, Palestina, Cuba, Venezuela y
Now
nosotros.
we are seeing that in Iran, in
Colombia.
Lebanon, in
¿Por qué?
Palestine, in
Porque
Venezuela,
ese nuevo imperialismo y la geopolítica
like
del despojo en Colombia
we are seeing
tiene que ver con
how
que
they
hay
are
unas
laying
guerras
waste
mundiales de
also
los
in
recursos
Colombia, how they are
donde los
making
Estados Unidos
war
se
for
han apropiado de esos recursos
resources.
y busca precisamente apropiarse, no solamente en el caso colombiano, a través,
Not
por
only
ejemplo,
in
de la
Colombia,
Amazonía o a través de los dos
it's
océanos.
happening
Perdimos,
everywhere.
ustedes saben, el canal de Panamá precisamente, que hacía
We are
parte de la
seeing
Gran Colombia en
what
esas guerras de
is
neocolonialismo.
happening
También podemos destacar de
in
esta parte, estoy
other
terminando,
countries. you can see also how Latin America is part of this war for resources, and how today this, we are seeing how imperialism, how young imperialism does not care about past agreements and deals, how they are trying to conquer everything.
Otro aspecto importante es lo que tiene que ver América Latina como estrategia frente a un conflicto o una tercera guerra mundial.
We have to see Latin America, what would Latin America do in the event of a third world war? Strategic places such as the Panama Canal, which used to belong to Colombia.
Tecnología con la inteligencia artificial, con drones que permiten, digamos, ir ablandando al enemigo y que después vendrán pues ya la toma de lo que tiene que ver con los controles económicos, sociales y políticos. Redondeando esa geopolítica del despojo del imperialismo, no solamente tiene que ver con lo
geopolitical answer against Yankee imperialism.
Una cumbre mundial sobre la parte, digamos, del cambio de del petróleo por otras tecnologías. Y vemos cómo el gobierno de Colombia se ha dedicado a esa lucha tremenda para acabar con la
Colombian government is trying to fight back against US imperialism, how they are using oil in order to gain technology.
Colombia, que era la recolonización en marcha de Colombia y de América Latina, y que en el plano militar se hizo con el plan que fue el exterminio de organizaciones de partidos, movimientos, organizaciones de derechos humanos. Finalmente, me parece a mí muy importante que miremos una propuesta que ha venido haciendo el presidente de Colombia y que ha cogido mucha fuerza, y con eso termino. La posibilidad de que nosotros como alianza pensemos en estimular una conferencia mundial sobre Palestina y el Medio Oriente. Muchas gracias.
We should have a coalition for Palestine and the Middle East. So thank you very much.
Sinan, hazır olduğunuzda söylerseniz.
Sırada kim var? Ona göre hazır olduğunu söyleyin.
Sırada Suzan var ama şu an burada mı? Normalde katılması gerekiyor. Söylemiştim.
Is Suzan
Kontrol
here?
ediyorum.
Yeah, I'm here actually.
Burada. Okay. Siz hazır olduğunuzda başlayabiliriz Sinan. Söylersen.
Do you want me to begin?
Just 1 second, please.
Sure.
Okay, Suzanne, we are ready, but can you please do it with flow for interpreters? That will be really beneficial. Thanks so much. Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay.
Sinan, tamam mıyız?
Can you hear me?
Evet Güney abi tamamız. Sultan'a
Öyleyiz.
başlayabilirsiniz. Başlasın mı?
Evet, tamam. Evet, şimdi dördüncü konuşmacımız Susan Adley.
Now, our fourth speaker is Susan Adderley. We would like to leave the floor to her. She is attending from United States.
Uluslararası Komite Eş Başkanı ve IDL Büro üyesi.
She is the bureau member of IADL, apart from her various roles in various lawyering institutions. Madame Susan Adderley, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be brief. I just wanted to make some general points, starting with the main topic of discussion, which is U.S. imperialism. And U.S. imperialist aggression, particularly against Iran, Venezuela, and Cuba, and Palestine. I mean, obviously, there's imperialist violence and aggression that is taking place, all over the planet. But these are sort of have been specific targets of U.S. imperialism out in the open. And not just, I mean, including the regions themselves, like of West Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And we know, particularly when speaking of Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, Gaza, Lebanon, that the aggression from the United States that we've seen in the last year has been part of a decades-old hybrid war against all of these nations that has involved extensive sanctions regimes and extensive counterinsurgency regimes, and in some cases, counter-revolutionary regimes. Yet we could still say that the violence, the imperialist violence that we've seen in the last year has had few parallels in modern history. Of course, the full spectrum dominance imperialist doctrine of the United States is a bipartisan one, committed to maintaining U.S. economic, political, and military superiority in every region in the planet. And we've seen that play out throughout the U.S.'s history. And perhaps in the modern, in the last 50 years, we've had the experience of this doctrine being wielded with more tact than the current administration, especially given the kind of rhetoric that we're hearing from the current administration, which has very much taken off the mask of empire in being completely open and truthful about its intentions of U.S. hegemony and domination in particularly Latin America, and the Caribbean, and West Asia. And its full intentions also, its full genocidal intentions, as we've seen in statements that Trump has made around Iran, etc. So in a lot of ways, this does seem like a moment of hyper-imperialism, marked by things like genocide, not only in Gaza, but the genocidal threats to Iran that I just mentioned, but also the act of depriving a country, a small island like Cuba, of essential fuel for months after 67 years of a devastating blockade is in itself genocidal. And we can show the genocidal intent of those policies being admitted by U.S. administrations for many years. And also, just the complete disregard for any aspect of international law or international order, and the kind of real astonishing kind of Western attempts at justifying what has essentially been complete banditry, piracy, all over the world, but particularly watching this from the US and monitoring in the last few months how the US has murdered over 180 civilians by blowing up boats alone in the Caribbean and the Pacific, or how they invaded a sovereign nation and kidnapped its sovereign leader, killing more than 150 people in its path. Not just killing, completely obliterating. When I think about um, the Cuban the Cuban soldiers who were killed as they were trying to, protect President Maduro, their bodies came back to Cuba in small boxes because U.S. military technology completely obliterated their entire bodies, their flesh, their bones. It's the kind of technology that we've also seen in Gaza and in Lebanon and perhaps elsewhere. These kinds of tactics are sort of like marking the times that we live in. And it's also really astonishing to me that I could leave where I'm sitting right now, and within half an hour, I can go to the front of a prison, a federal prison, where Maduro is probably sitting in solitary confinement. Um, he's kidnapped, him and his wife kidnapped and brought here and being subjected to a very sort of sham process of what is essentially manufactured narrative of lies against Maduro and his wife, and to be treated as criminals in the way that they are being treated. And some may say, yeah, so certainly feels like a moment of hyper imperialism when we look at that picture, when we think about the images that we see coming from all of these places, right? And the tactics of global imperialism have been increasingly also directed to the repression of dissent that we're seeing in the United States itself, and I think in Europe as well. And it's impacting some of the most vulnerable members of society. And some may say that this moment of extreme imperialist impunity is the result of the US evolving into the main capitalist superpower. Whether that's accurate or not, that power is diminishing. I didn't get a chance to hear most of the other speakers, but I would gather that some of them did make the point that the global balance of power has changed and continues to change. And that is an opportunity for the anti-imperialist movement. And we have the resistance to thank for that. The US and its allies have been accelerating their imperialist violence and grasping to hold on to the power that they have around the globe. And it makes a lot of sense that Cuba, Venezuela, and Iran are targeted in the way that they have been, because they have, for a very long time, represented resistance to US imperialism, and they continue to represent resistance to US imperialism. Even in cases like Venezuela, where we're seeing sort of a lot of challenges, we need to sort of be able to understand that US's targeting of these countries is because they kind of hold the key as to, I think, the future of resistance in these regions as a whole. So I talked a little bit about how this moment of hyper-imperialist violence that's happening in the various regions is also impacting resistance within the US. But the reality is that in the US, there is no left movement that is able, willing, or ready to challenge imperialism. And if I'm being honest, hardly even able to challenge the US capitalist system itself. There's just still too many forces here who call themselves left, who have some kind of idea of a legitimacy of the US government and its system, and believe that there's something reformable in the system, when in fact there's hardly anything redeemable. And at the same time, we who live in the United States continue to sort of be engaged in trying to build a leftist movement. But I think one of the things that I've observed is that there's been a lot of many developments within many political spaces, growth of young leaders, whether they identify as left or identify as anarchists. They're increasingly using the framework of anti-imperialism, right? And this has grown even more and strengthened even more in the past 3 years, sort of given what the new generation has witnessed as far as Gaza is concerned, and is now witnessing, as far as Iran, Cuba, and Venezuela, to the point where really the public opinion in the United States at the moment is towards Iran, not towards the United States. The dissent that we're seeing among the ranks of the US military, who do not want to follow orders, is really unprecedented since that dissent in the US military since the Vietnam era. The empire included in that is, the Zionist entity of Israel is increasingly losing its legitimacy in the United States. And I think that that's why we're increasingly seeing these political spaces sort of identify themselves as anti-imperialist spaces, right? With different political trajectories. But I think that that's sort of a very important opportunity. And we have to kind of then ask ourselves the question, well, organizing within a union, how can we make our union anti-imperialist? In the case of organizing within our communities and cities, what does it mean to build an anti-imperialist city? Where's the arms trade in our economy? And also, how can we build more internationalism from within the United States as well? And perhaps, with more political education, with more discourse, with more of strengthening of that framework of anti-imperialism and internationalism, it will lead many to say that, we have to look outside of the United States and support that resistance. So, speaking as a lawyer, I am a lawyer, but I wear many hats, a labor community organizer, organizing through not just through the IADL, but I'm currently the president of the National Lawyers Guild, which is the largest progressive legal association in the US. And we are above all tasked with supporting resistance within the United States. And we see that as continuing to be sort of a very important role. We know that impunity, imperialist impunity, Zionist impunity is very much part of our reality. And systems like the UN Charter itself has been completely desecrated, right? Yet we still continue to engage in it because we do not have another system, and many national liberation struggles still rely on its institutions to expose what is going on and also to call for justice, and we still support them in those efforts. But we do see ourselves as lawyers and legal workers and jailhouse lawyers as above all trying to work to mitigate the impacts for those who resist or those who are trying to survive. So defending political prisoners or defending those who are, being detained because of their immigration status, etc. Defending dissent, and defending and supporting the necessary rebellion that needs to take place. But we also see our role as exposing imperialist violence, not just kind of in the bigger picture, but the details, the levels of imperialist violence and how it forms, how it exists. And for example, there's some colleagues of ours that are demanding to see the records of the US government in which they claimed to have a legal defense for blowing up all of those boats in the Caribbean and the Pacific where they killed 180 people. That's a legal defense that they have not shared with anyone. And we're demanding transparency over what their legal defense for doing that was, so that we can expose it and then challenge it. And that work continues to be very important. But I think also, not just as lawyers in the United States, but also globally, that we have to still be actively engaged in conversations around international law in order to preserve the fundamental principles that exist within international law, which are actively being diluted. For example, we're using the word genocide a lot, right? And as we should be. I mean, genocide should be applied to Gaza, it should be applied to the impact of sanctions. It should be applied to places like Cuba, and etc. But we also have to really sort of like talk openly and in detail about, what genocide looks like today. And it is in some, I've heard some legal scholars refer to the term medicide, which is sort of exposing tactics, imperialist tactics that have, and Zionist tactics that have led to the total destruction of people and the lands that they come from, and we have to sort of be able to engage in discussions about the Genocide Convention and ask ourselves, okay, where should this be applied, and where should we also update and talk about, the sort of unprecedented way in which complete communities are being treated as disposable right now. And this is sort of illuminated in, for example, conversations over the crime of ecocide, for example, right? There are many advocates of environmental justice, of those who are advocating for climate justice, who are actively trying to make ecocide a crime against humanity, right? And there's a danger of that crime, of that becoming a crime against humanity, but diluted from the actual genocidal intent of genocide, right? If we think about how, for example, ecocide has played out in Gaza, there was a tribunal that the IDL was part of last fall that looked at ecocide, the crime of ecocide in Gaza. And the conclusion was that the complete, the entire ecosystem in Gaza has been destroyed. Gaza has become completely unlivable. And, we know that we see similar sort of like patterns of destruction, with the use of sanctions, like economic coercive measures over decades as well, that kind of also like that lead to the destruction, for example, of people's food systems, right? So the crimes of destroying the biodiversity, destroying the soil of the land, or destroying the food system of a land are part of genocide. And genocide to colonial imperialist violence. We need to have these conversations within these international legal mechanisms. We can't just leave it to this false sort of idea of like of duality or civil crime, one victim. We need to sort of be able to update sort of the discourse. But also, I was talking about the fundamental principles within international law. What we're also seeing is that if we think about what is one of the most fundamental principles in international law that the global South really, the colonized countries actually fought for, and that was self-determination, right? Self-determination. And increasingly, we see international legal discourse that is sort of diluting that fundamental principle from the discussion of crimes and impunity and et cetera. And we can't let that happen. We have to preserve that. And we also have to preserve what is fundamentally attached to self-determination, which is the right to resistance under international law by any means necessary. And, until we get to the point in which
Susan, could you please wrap it, please?
Yes. Sure, I'm almost done. Yeah. Until we get to the point in which we can develop a new sort of like system of global law and global order, we have to continue to engage in these discussions as they're happening in the systems that exist. And use them to further the anti-imperialist struggle.
Biz teşekkür ederiz kendisine, sevgili Susan'a.
Thanks very much, dear Susan,
Sunum için,
for this valuable contribution.
So we thank Suzanne for this very informative presentation and information.
Bir dakika lütfen. Devam edebiliriz. Okay, we can continue.
Evet, şimdi sözü Eda Deniz Haydaroğlu'na bırakıyoruz.
Now we give the floor to Eda Deniz Haydaroğlu from Germany. She is the member of the Until Victory delegation, and she will go to Iran. Eda, the floor is yours.
Merhaba, sesim geliyor mu?
Evet, geliyor.
Tamam. Ben de öncelikle halkın avukatı EBRU TIMTIK'i saygıyla...
First of all, I would like to respectfully commemorate the people's lawyer, EBRU TIMTIK. This is how I would like to start. We, her students, from her we learned not to be defenders of law, but defenders of rights. And with what we learned from her, we continue to expand the struggle for rights and justice. In this sense, we would like to express our thanks to everyone who participated in this symposium and contributed to this organization. To commemorate lawyer EBRU TIMTIK in this way and to grow her struggle for justice by uniting against imperialism is an honor. Therefore, it's a very honorable duty for me to join this symposium. Therefore, I would like to thank all of you. I am a member of the Until Victory delegation that will go to Iran. My name is Eda Deniz Haydaroğlu. At the same time, I am the president of the Association of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms in Germany. I would like to begin my speech by offering my condolences to the people of Iran. We send our greetings to the peoples of the Middle East who are resisting Zionism and imperialism in Palestine, Lebanon, Yemen, and Iran. The resistance of the Iranian people has once again become a source of hope for all the peoples of the world today. The resistance of the Iranian people and their blows against imperialism have shown the peoples of the world that imperialism is a tiger made out of paper, giving them the courage to fight against imperialism. For this very reason, we want to go to Iran. As the Until Victory delegation in October, life beats there. The pulse of life beats in the Middle East, in Palestine and Iran. In Anatolia, in Turkey, the revolutionary prisoners resisting against the pit-type prisons. This is how we started our long march.
Teknik sorun yaşadım. Geri döndüm.
Okay, I'm back.
Devam edebilir miyim yoksa?
Evet, devam edebilirsin.
Tamam. Gazze'ye giderken bir direniş merkezinden
When we went to Gaza, we said that since against imperialism, we call on the people of the world to unite and fight against imperialism. To unite and fight against imperialism. US imperialism is once again declaring war on the people, open attacks and tries to spread fear. It attacks even more recklessly than before, because an organism that is dying does way in order to survive. The recklessness and aggressiveness of Trump and the US imperialist attack on Iran.
Hürmüz geçişlerini kapatmak isterse Asef Füze Tugay'ı bu görevi gerçekleştirecek öğedir. ABD Hürmüz Boğazı'nı açık tutmak isterse Asef Füze Tugay'ı öncelikli hedef olacaktır. Bu görev karargahı Bahreyn'de olan 5. donanmaya verilmiştir. Ama donanmaya verilmiştir. Ama Şadcani Tayyip'e az olmayanlara uyak savaşmayız. Yaşamak için öldürürüz. Kibar sosyetenin insanları değiliz. Bu maksimum öldürülücülükte geçişte ilk adım Savaş Bakanlığı'nın sivil kayıplarını sınırlayan CHMR büyüğün çoğunun kapatılması oldu. Hedefli istihbarat bilgileri yerine Cloud adlı bir yapay zeka programına geçildi. Cloud adlı bu yapay zeka ise Minap kasabasına ait önceki istihbarat dosyasında okul olan binayı daha önce Füze Tugay'ınca kullanıldığını keşfederek 5. öncelikle suç Cloud zekaya atıldı. ABD tarafından 3 füze amaç tamamıyla imha etmekti. Salmasıyla bilinen 3. füzenin etkisi 2 aşamalı. İlk aşamada sığınaklar delinir, etkisiz kılınır. İkinci aşamada ise füze başlı temas ile patlar, infilak etkisi ve şarapneller ölüme yol açar. Şatçari Tayyibe Okulu'nda nasıl yaşandı bunlar?
The blast effects and shrapnel causes death. The first impact occurred by piercing the school roof. The subsequent
öğretmenlerin çocuklarını almak için bekleyen velilerin bedenlerini parçaladı.
The subsequent explosion tore apart bodies of the young girls who survived the debris, the teachers and the parents waiting to take their children. The air was filled with dust and a bitter smell. As a result, the 116 students were killed. The children of workers and the laborers are not collateral damage of the imperialist war machine. It's direct target. They are the future of a people that is intended to be destroyed in the face of imperialism's strategic interests. What are the crimes of those children? That they wear headscarves? That they pray to God in Arabic, Persian, or Azerbaijani? We must not allow our... This was the only difference. Therefore, we must not allow our future to be stolen. We must demand justice. Going to Iran is a struggle for justice, for the Iranian children, for the children of the world. We must demand justice to protect our children and our future from the perverts of Epstein Island who rule the world. And we call on all defenders of the rights who follow the path of EBRU TIMTIK to join this struggle for justice. And we will go to Iran on this basis. We ask you to give us a shoulder and go to Iran with us, or support the Until Victory delegation on their journey to Iran. Thanks so much.
Biz teşekkür ederiz sevgili Eda'ya.
We thank you, dear Eda.
Değerli sunumu için. Ayrıca bu cüretli kararları, cüretli eylemleri...
And also your courageous decision and your courageous action. I think it's very courageous to go to Iran and how the international resistance should be built up. It's a concrete example of it. We have to multiply these examples. Only through this sort of examples and multiplying these courageous examples, not staying silent to these imperialist aggressions, showing the solidarity through these courageous actions. Only this way we can make imperialists to take a step back. Now we're going to give this floor to Miguel Sanchez Calderon from Peru. If ever from the interpreters are ready.
Miguel, un momento, per favor.
Sí.
Gracias. Un momento.
Miguel.
Sí. ¿Puedo comenzar? ¿Se me escucha? Gunay, Sinan, ¿se me escucha?
Sí, doctor Miguel, le estamos escuchando.
Ya, gracias.
Sí, le escuchamos.
Bien, parece que ya puedo comenzar.
Falta volumen.
Bien, comenzaremos.
Yes,
Un
please
abrazo.
start, because
¿Todavía? ¿Gunay?
yes, please start your speech because it's okay. You can start.
Sí, puede hablar.
Yes,
Puede comenzar.
Miguel, you can start.
Gracias. Un abrazo al proletariado y a los pueblos del mundo.
A strong hug for the proletariat all over the world. Today we are living in a context of world war amid the widespread crisis of the capitalist system's decomposition into imperialism. We are witnessing a worsening of the crisis due to the intensification of inter-imperialist contradictions between the US and China over control of natural resources, new markets, a new division of the world, and global hegemony, leading to a new global war of plunder. We are witnessing one superpower in decline and another on the rise, forming a growing bipolarity that carries serious risks for the survival of humanity and life itself on the planet. And we see this in the struggle for dominance in the Middle East, as well as in the Gaza genocide, a hot war front where the US imperialist superpower acts as the main aggressor, and alongside its ally Israel, led by Netanyahu, has begun bombing Iran, a regional economic and military power that is responding and resisting with the support and backing primarily of the other imperialist superpower, China, which is currently acting strategically in the economic and diplomatic spheres to protect its major interests. We also see the resulting armed responses in Lebanon and Yemen against Israel and the US respectively. On the other hand, we have the European war front, and in the current war in Ukraine, to contest Russia's sphere of influence, where the Ukrainian people are being used as cannon fodder by the fascist regimes led by Zelensky. And thirdly, the war in Asia, with a conflict in South China Sea and South China Sea, and the dispute over Taiwan, as well as US military bases pointing their missiles at China in the countries surrounding. US imperialism has now released its misnamed national security strategy, announcing to the world that what we have long been denouncing, that it seeks to regain ground in order to maintain and prolong its hegemony for as long as possible, using every means at its disposal, its military might, its vast technological capabilities, the genocide in Gaza, merciless bombing, and even genocide against the civilian population to destroy the Iranian regime and nation, the trade war, etc. There, it has acknowledged that its main enemy is China, and to reverse its decline, it is setting aside its mask as a defender of human rights to admit that its objective is oil and every strategic resource it needs to seize by force. It is in defense of its hegemony that the US supports the policy of extermination and genocide against the Palestinian people perpetrated by its regional ally, Israeli fascism, led by the corrupt Netanyahu. Let us remember that it created the State of Israel to secure its sphere of influence and today uses it to defend its hegemony. Once again, the war of plunder in the Middle East is being stoked with the same false charges of terrorism and the same true aims to expand imperialist territorial dominance, control the area, and seize the region's rich energy reserve. It has brazenly stated this in its national security strategy as control of critical supply chains. Chairman Mao Zedong stated in a conversation with a PLO delegation back in 1965, imperialism fears China and the Arabs. Israel and Taiwan are imperialist bases in Asia. You are the front door to the great continent and we are the back door. They created Israel for you and Taiwan for us. Their goal is the same. Asia is the largest continent in the world and the West wants to continue exploiting it. Currently, the genocide of the Palestinian people through forced disappearance is being carried out by the Zionist regimes led by Netanyahu, but there is a large Jewish population in Israel and around the world that condemns the aggression and genocide, and it is entirely false that global condemnation of genocide implies anti-Semitism or rejection of the Jewish people. We reaffirm the justice of fighting for the right of people's rights to self-determination, and of once again championing the communist proposal for a federal state with equal rights for anyone. Following the genocide in Palestine, the US and Israel have continued their warmongering with the bombing and genocide against Iran, which has sparked solidarity and rejection from the anti-Zionist armed resistance movements in Lebanon and Yemen. In Lebanon, Israeli Zionism has carried out a second unpunished genocide following that of Gaza, with the merciless bombing and ground invasion of the southern country under the pretext of attacking Hezbollah, committing thousands upon thousands of murders of civilians. Once the ceasefire was publicly announced by the US, Zionism has once again been exposed by unilaterally breaking that ceasefire. For its part, the armed resistance in Lebanon has achieved successes by repelling and militarily countering the ground invasion, though, like Iran, all at the considerable cost of thousands upon thousands of Lebanese lives. Now they face the challenge of preventing Israel from expanding its borders by seizing territory in southern Lebanon, as the Zionists have publicly announced and rejoiced over. In Latin America, US imperialism and its warmongering also seek to regain ground through armed intervention in Venezuela, aiming to overthrow and kidnap President Maduro, with the goal of seizing the country's oil and gas, and through the blockade against Cuba to subjugate the island. These actions reflect the nefarious conduct of US imperialism, which also constitute crimes against humanity and violate international law. This has sparked global outrage, fueling a growing anti-imperialist spirit. Therefore, and in the face of the risk of a world war, we say, first, we do not fear it, and second, if it were to break out, we call for opposition to this war of plunder by organizing the people for their own liberation.
Al asumir su segundo mandato, dijo, a partir de este momento, el declive de Estados Unidos se ha terminado. Pero el declive no se frena con un decreto. De ahí que en la actualidad se presenta arrogante y autoritario, violando normas internacionales y lanzando sus zarpazos guerreristas por doquier. Agredió militarmente a Venezuela tras una fementida lucha contra el narcotráfico, cuando lo real es que está
It is important to
invocando
bear
la
in mind that
victoria
historically the fascism of the last century emerged to contain the trend towards revolution. Thus, it is not surprising that today, amid the general crisis of imperialism, the finance, oligarchy, and the big bourgeoisie are abandoning the original bourgeois democratic principles to impose greater reactionary measures.
reconocerlo como su principal aliado fuera de la OTAN. Y
The
como
reactionary
norteamericano en
The
nuestro
reactionary turn of imperialist and capitalist states is fueled by war. This is why they implement policies that violate
en el megapuerto que ha construido China en Chancay, en el Perú. Rechazamos y condenamos la agresión imperialista yanqui que arrasa la soberanía de las naciones, los
we
principios
reject and we condemn the U.S. aggression.
A través de sus lacayos pro-yanquis y vendepatrias. El fascismo del siglo pasado surgió para contener la tendencia a la revolución.
The fascism of the last century emerged to contain the trend toward revolution. Thus, it is not surprising that today, amid the general crisis of imperialism, the financial oligarchy and the big bourgeoisie are abandoning their original bourgeois democratic principles to impose greater reactionary measures in defense of their outdated, oppressive, and exploitative system, dreaming of maintaining the power indefinitely. We should not be surprised that in some countries in Europe and Latin America, far-right governments are taking hold, supported by ultra-conservative parties and even fascist positions. Similarly, it is evident that in the legal sphere, the criminal law of the enemy, rooted in fascism, is being imposed, violating the dignity of individuals, primarily targeting communists, revolutionaries, and dissidents of capitalism, seeking to turn them into non-persons, into absolute enemies who must be destroyed. First, they criminalized the revolution, then the social plot, now they criminalize the ideas, communist or revolutionary thought, as seen in the repression and imprisonment of protesters opposing the genocide in Gaza and the bombing of Iran and Lebanon. The reactionary turn of imperialist and capitalist states is fueled by war. This is why they implement policies that violate and disregard their own legal systems and international human rights treaties, policies we denounce and reject, demanding their observance. This is a policy imposed by imperialism also against political prisoners, denying them basic rights such as adequate food, the right to healthcare, visits from family and friends, work and education, seeking to objectify them as beings without rights, deny them the right to freedom, even after having served draconian, illegal, and unjust sentences, which is why they restrict the freedoms of sick elderly people and even those over 80 years of age, in violation of their own domestic laws. The fact is that for imperialism and the global reactionary forces, political prisoners are not considered people with rights. They are considered enemies who must be destroyed. This is why they are subjected to torture prisons and subhuman conditions, as we can see in the dungeons of Israel, Turkey, and Peru. It is through the imperialist policy, through this imperialist policy, that since the 1970s, revolutionary and democratic struggles have been stigmatized with the label of terrorism, in order to first strip them of their political substance, then distort the fact, and thirdly, to generate public rejection. By using this disparaging label and pursuing these objectives, they criminalize armed struggles that challenge the economic, political, and social order, seeking to isolate them from the population. All of this is done to preserve their economic and political order, as well as their interest in unimpeded global domination.
O a Irán, que también califican de terrorista, a pesar que está dirigido por un Estado teocrático.
They are saying that Iran is a terrorist state, but it is just, this is how they are also labeling the national liberation struggles or national resistance to imperialist aggression as terrorism and terrorists, whether they be Maduro's Venezuela, the historic struggle of the Palestinian nation with Hamas and others, or Iran, which they also label as terrorist state, despite the fact that it is led by a theocratic state and does not yield or submit to the US interests and other nations and peoples resisting imperialist aggression. Once again, we reaffirm that imperialism is the root cause of wars.
A pesar de su superioridad militar y tecnológica, no ha logrado someter, y gracias a la firme resistencia de los pueblos de Irán y de
As a logical consequence, there is global opposition to US warmongering and the growing anti-imperialist spirit. Because the US military aggression also faces a reality of resistance, one that imperialism, despite its military and technological superiority, has failed to subdue or defeat. Thanks to the steadfast resistance of the peoples of Iran and Lebanon, US imperialism and Israeli Zionism have suffered for the first time in many years a genuine defeat. Their defeat at this moment and the historic victory of the people who resisted demonstrates that the oppressed nations have been the main force opposing imperialism since the last century and continue to be so. This demonstrates that imperialism and global reaction are in the death throes. All they do is stir up unrest and fail, stir up unrest again and fail again, and so on until the final end. However, the peoples of the world struggle and fail, struggle again and fail again. This is how it is, and this is how it will be until the final victory. This is why we see the peoples of the world, including those in the United States, persisting and then support the solidarity with Palestinian people's resistance. Finally, we denounce the fact that in Peru, those who took up arms under the leadership of the Communist Party of Peru from 1980 to 1992 were labeled and continue to be labeled as terrorists. They are the political prisoners of yesterday, that is, those who fought in the war against the state and have been serving life sentences. Today, they have already served 34 years of the sentence without any fault. They have become political prisoners and prisoners of war. Today in Peru, amid the widespread crisis, particularly in the political sphere, we denounce that a plan of extermination is underway against the former leaders of the Communist Party of Peru to assassinate them, cremate their remains, and scatter their ashes, just as they did with Dr. Abimael Guzman Reynoso, who was murdered in the military prison of the Callao naval base in September 2021. This was denounced by his wife, Professor Elena Uparraguirre Revoredo, a crime that to this day the prosecutor's office maintains in impunity, as it closed the investigation despite the existence of evidence. They began. This demonstrates that with this law, the Peruvian state is extending policy of persecution, hatred, and vengeance to the corpses of those it considers its eternal enemies. They began with Dr. Abimael Guzman, and then with Miguel Rincon of the MRTA, and will continue with others because it remains informed and it hangs over the heads of Elena Uparraguirre Revoredo, Maria Pantoja Sanchez, Margot Yendo Gil, Laura Zambrano Padilla, Osman Morote Barrio Nuevo, and other PCP leaders who, at the time of their arrest in 92, yesterday's political prisoners have already served 34 years of their sentences. By law, life sentences must be reviewed. Freedom is their right to pay. Those who are over 80 years old are being buried for life in prison. The reason 1982 being a platform that we can sentencing ideology. A historically useful political and legal tool that allows us to move toward the process of national reconciliation. We do not agree with partial amnesties or self-amnesties granted solely to state forces, as this addresses only part of the unresolved problem. We express our solidarity and commitment to continue fighting for political prisoners in Peru, in the reactionary tendencies. We call on the freedom to legislation. I would like to thank for the Portugal Alliance of giving.
We thank dear Miguel for your intervention and your valuable present. And
Recording in progress.
Atölye çalışmasını yapalım. Yaklaşık 20 dakika sonra
please meet again. Thank you.
Sinan, bir şey var mı sizde? Yani, duyuyor musun beni Sinan?
Evet, duyuyorum.
Heh. Herhangi bir sorun yok değil mi? Yani şimdi bu şeyi bitirdik. Kapalı şey yapacağız. Yayın yapmayacağız artık. Bir toplantı yapacağız.
Şimdi yeniden tekrarla.
Ee, yani yayını bitiriyoruz. Yayın yapmayacağız. Şimdi kapalı
Tamam.
toplantı yapacağız. Ee, yani buradan katılmak isteyen diğer herkesle birlikte bir toplantı yapacağız. Suzan burada mı acaba? Sanırım burada değil şu anda. 20 dakika sonra göreceğim.